Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Ese es mi avatar, está ahí sentadito, pero no sé por qué no se escucha. Estoy sentadito, tengo una chaqueta de Tommy. Tiene que escribir.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Idol. Beautiful people here gathering today. Very exciting time. If you don't mind, I can speak in spatial here for people. Yes, I'm here. I'm just trying to speak on spatial. I'm not sure if this is going to double my speech if I unmute here and then spatial. Just wanted to make sure that everybody hears me. Okay, great. I just don't want to make it double for people in spatial because I'm unmuted here as well. Okay, so let's.
We can't hear you in spatial anymore, Era. We can only hear your voice, but not the screen share.
Okay, thank you, Lisbeth, for working on that. Somebody has to let us know if screen share is going to work. But guys, I'm going to give you a little bit of today we're giving a gift. So you want to come here where I am with the monkey. It's right here. It's called Sosi Dance, but I made just for this event. It's going to be available for free. Just come here and grab it with the F button. Just click on the F button, yeah, and you will start dancing. So it has to go to your backpack. Okay. Stop dancing. Just clap with the C. Right. Great to see everybody. It's beautiful people here. Great time to connect and share. I'm very, very excited. Lisbeth, do you like to dance?
I love it. Thank you so much.
All right. There is also, so if you want to play this game, you can earn some money. And with this money, you can get free gifts from the shop. Hi, Rafaela. We see beautiful people here. Stefano, hello Stefano, hello Vicky.
Show. So welcome to our Fashion Metaverse conference.
Yes, I think I can hear you double now.
We can only hear an eye roll 02 when you unmute, when anyone else, nor the screen share. Not when anyone speaks on the screen share.
Hello everyone. Do you hear us? Let's check. Is all I in the room? Hi guys.
Hey Alexander, how you doing?
Hello guys. I hear you. The sounds is work. Couple of minutes. Have fun. We will start. And I just looking for.
Thank you so much, Aditya, and thank you for having me. So I hope everybody can still hear me. I kind of muted spatial so I don't hear myself, and hopefully that should give us a way to solve all the technical difficulties. And now let me just share my presentation. What an honor to be here today at Fashion Metaverse Conference, and what a beautiful space on spatial. All right, everybody. Fashion in motion, interoperability and challenges on the road to mass adoption. Let me take on a little journey to basically explain what's to happen in the future and how we can act as a community to bring that future and usher a new era of fashion where users flow seamlessly with their self-expression and their fashion assets across virtual environments of any kind. So this is a brief overview of what we're going to cover today, and hopefully I'll be disciplined enough to keep to my allotted time. I'm going to quickly tell you a bit more about the work we do at Outlier Ventures and how it pertains to the fashion vertical. Then I'm going to jump in with some definitions for digital fashion and luxury. Is there some problem with screen share? Can everybody see the screen? Because I see some comments on spatial. Image is gone. Well, all right. Hopefully you can still see it, and hopefully it's all streaming correctly.
There's no streaming of the screen share at the moment. Inside of spatial.
Should I re-share the screen?
Yes.
Yes, that will fix it.
Perfect. All right. All right, so I'm going to walk you through the work we do at OV and how it pertains to fashion vertical. Then I'm going to throw some definitions your way, so we're both on the same page, kind of using the same interpretations of what we're discussing. Then we're going to walk through challenges to mass adoption of digital fashion, and we're going to finish with opportunities for both brands and technology builders. And hopefully that would also provide some actionable advice to the amazing talent here in the audience and on stream today. So more about Outlier Ventures. Outlier Ventures has been an active investor in the Web3 space for many, many years. But in 2019, we came across our core business model, which is an accelerator that we run fully remotely, fully digital, targeted at the best founders in the Web3 space. And, you know, we've been in the space since about 2013, but since 2019, we grew to be something like a Y Combinator of the Web3 space. We are the most active investor by the volume of deals and have a huge portfolio of 279 amazing companies. And that program proved so popular that we started working with partners to create versions of the Basecamp format targeted at specific verticals. We worked with a lot of crypto protocols from Polygon to Filecoin. We worked with Walmart, and the one dearest to my heart, we also worked with Farfetch. And we created a program fully dedicated to using Web3 technology in fashion and luxury. And that program had a very warm reception from the global media. We ushered 17 amazing companies through that program, and I have to say it's been a wonderful experience also learning from the strategic directorship of Farfetch that just pushed me deeper into digital fashion and digital luxury, and specifically the technology and underlying infrastructure that needs to be created so we can all flourish and the creativity can flourish and it can become kind of the next chapter of traditional fashion and traditional luxury industries. So to operate with some definitions, what I mean when I say digital fashion. For me, digital fashion is any means of identity expression that use the digital technology to extend the self-representation of each one of us as individual. Doesn't have to be a replication. Your avatar can be very different from what you want to look like. Your avatar can be a dragon or an ape, whatever you feel like expressing yourself in the digital space, and it extends that self-representation beyond the physical realm in the eye of both you as an individual and your audience. As we know, all fashion never happens in isolation. Fashion happens in the eyes of other beholders, and it's a social activity of self-expression, and that also applies to digital fashion. And what attracted me to that space on a philosophical level is essentially, okay, if I have digital luxury, but it's an absence of fabrics and hand craftsmanship is not there, how do I actually define what constitutes luxury if all of those traditional paradigms no longer apply? And basically through my work with those startups, I realized that in the digital realm, the digital luxury paradigm is defined by two foundations. One is community. So rather
We've lost the sound in spatial.
Sound is not in spatial right now.
how about now? Now it might be double sound, but I'm also transmitting sounds to spatial directly.
It's perfect.
All right, I see some comments. It works now.
we
Perfect.
can,
So hopefully I
hear
didn't
you.
lose you there, and
Thank you.
thanks to heavens, we actually have the writing on the screen. So I think we got past the definition. So again, digital luxury paradigm is based on community that you belong to and the experience you have access to, experience where you interact with that community, rather than paradigms of ownership or just the price or essentially the quality of materials. And here I want to show you a great example of like two approaches to luxury, one a paradigm and the other one kind of still resting in the old outdated paradigm, which might soon not be relevant for any luxury brand. So Mytheresa, the German luxury commerce group, they saw the opportunity with the emergence of Apple Vision Pro. And Apple Vision Pro is part of the concept that I call the reality spectrum. So I encourage you no longer to think about fashion or even our activities as divided between digital and physical. I encourage you to think about it as one spectrum of reality where users and their assets flow seamlessly across different platforms and different aspects of reality, from physical reality through augmented reality, mixed reality, virtual reality, and actually URL and websites. And the way we think about this is that every asset can move seamlessly across that reality spectrum rather than just have a digital version and a physical version. So Mytheresa started embracing that early, and they offered to their community an immersive experience when you can essentially do their e-commerce activity in the beautiful Paris setting. It's highly customizable. You can change the weather, you can change the time of the day. And ever since, many companies followed suit. Yes, I am showing something on my screen, but that screen seems to be showing in spatial. And then I want to contrast that with another approach. I'm not going to name the company. I'm not here to bash on anybody. But other people took a very different approach to Apple Vision Pro and a new paradigm of mixed reality that is being ushered into mass culture. And they essentially created a version of Apple Vision Pro that is covered with 33 karat gold. So, guys, this is an outdated approach. First of all, there is no community angle here. It's actually the old idea that you want to put yourself above other people by showing that you have something that is very, very, very expensive. Also, essentially, it's not paying attention to the experience of the user. I think a lot of you might have heard when Apple Vision Pro first came to market, a lot of people were complaining that the problem is that it requires a very strong neck because it's so damn heavy. So by putting a 33 karat gold on it, you're not making the situation better. You're not really rethinking the experience of your community. And also by putting that cover up made out of gold, it's not really paying attention to the core functionality of Apple Vision Pro when you can kind of play around with how much of external reality is integrated on the reality spectrum between absolute VR and actual physical space and augmented reality. So this is an example of using the old luxury paradigm, which I believe no longer applies. All right. So let's talk about challenges to mass adoption. And it's no mistake that I included a photo of Coco Chanel because we're going to come back to the type of person she was. But in my eyes, first and foremost, not only she was a fashion, she was also a founder that fashioned many assumptions with hats and essentially hats and making them and offering them on the most expensive avenue in Paris. And those hats were running counter to the hats that women wear at the time. And we're going to circle back to the example of Coco Chanel when we dive deeper into challenges to mass adoption. So we're going to cover utility, my favorite and probably the most important, interoperability, business models, communication, and actually the mindset that we share in that efforts to pursue mass adoption. So when I say utility, what do I mean? Well, again, the most beautiful piece of digital wearable, the most beautiful piece of digital fashion gives you the utility of identity expression. But essentially, expression doesn't happen in isolation. So you need to be able to use those digital fashion assets in different environments when other people can see you. Otherwise, it might be, let me use a metaphor. I am sending you a beautiful Dior dress as a gift, but I also send you a contract that you can only wear it in your bathroom. That dress doesn't really have value. So for expression to be transferred, it needs to have utility in digital virtual spaces across the whole reality spectrum. Another utility is that this digital wearable can give you access either to communities or to certain experiences online and beyond, even IRL events. Dolce & Gabbana did it really well with their cubes that gave them access to essentially interact with the brand highest tier executives. That allows you to participate in the lore and the story of the brand and enables you to kind of get closer to the brand, actively participate in the life of the community and participate in creation of luxury rather than just being a passive witness to it being created. It gives you a direct connection to the brand and enables you to interact. And of course, something that still hasn't changed, by showing others that you own a certain asset, a fashion asset, you get social proof that you get your hands on it. Maybe you were close to the brand, maybe you did certain challenges, or maybe you were just simply able to afford it at a given time. So the most important one, my favorite one, is essentially interoperability. So in Ventures, we released, a long time ago, we released our investment thesis, Open Metaverse Operating System, that become the blueprint for investments in infrastructure that brings about the reality of the metaverse. And one very important thing, and I think it goes back to the author of the book, Snow Crash, that set out the concept of the metaverse and also introduced the first rule of the metaverse. There's only one metaverse. It's a huge interconnected environment rather than many different scattered metaverses. But for that to become reality, we need our assets and our avatars to be compatible with all of those virtual environments. Often it requires polygon remapping, but definitely rather than do it by hand, AI is playing a much bigger and bigger part in making sure that the assets are compatible across all corners of different virtual worlds that one day will come together as one major virtual space. One very important aspect of it that is specific to fashion is intellectual property protection. So intellectual property for a luxury brand is the most precious asset that they have. And essentially, brand needs to have a sense of control that if their avatars and assets travel freely between different virtual worlds, they have a certain degree of control how their brand IP is represented. Because at some point, when I'm moving, let's say, a Louis Vuitton bag to a digital world that might not have aesthetics that play with Louis Vuitton aesthetics, the brand needs to be able to say, this is not how I want my IP to be represented. And another challenge that is at its root, not really a technical challenge, it's a challenge of alignment of economic incentives. Right now, there is no financial reason for all of those virtual worlds to open up to a free flow of assets and avatars. So there needs to be a system in which it's a win-win game for everybody to benefit from that free movement. And only then the real concept of reality spectrum, again, one continuum from physical reality all the way to virtual reality with all the paradigms in between, like mixed reality or augmented reality, and wearables and digital fashion being expressed across all of those aspects, all of those contexts, and all of the platforms in one huge open metaverse that also touches on physical experiences. So another thing is to consider business models. So often people do not consider that essentially either you're building a technology startup or you're building a fashion brand. I'm not saying those two are mutually exclusive, but in the beginning, you need to focus on one. If you're building a fashion brand, you need to focus on your brand storytelling. You need to focus on building that brand equity that I mentioned, that IP. Otherwise, your product will not really have that much of value. Why do we love a white Gucci t-shirt, even though it's just a white t-shirt? It's because of that brand lore, of that Gucci IP that is being released to it. And if you're building a technology startup, you need to focus on building a technology product. You need to focus on getting the tech capacity in-house and making sure the tech developers are incentivized to build with you long-term. If you're trying to kill two birds with one stone in the very beginning, you might be shooting yourself in the foot because the market will not know how to classify you. And there is also an aspect to it that there's a business model scalability. If your venture is primarily focusing on providing services, this is amazing, but there is a limit to scalability because you can only provide services when you're awake and you need your sleep. If you have a technology product, essentially you can reach venture side returns, as we call them in the venture capital industry. Basically, you create an asset that works for you even when you're asleep. You need to understand that your client, as potentially a luxury brand or a fashion brand, might have a very different pace of movement than you. And just a quick handshake with a luxury brand might not be enough because they have, their budgeting cycles, tendering cycles. So in order for you to thrive in that industry, you also need to understand the sales cycles of those big actors and understand exactly who you're selling to. And here I just want to show you an amazing example of a brand doing all of it right. Well, Gucci started with creating a persistent presence in Roblox that they call G-Town when they celebrated a 10th anniversary, sorry, not 100th anniversary of the brand. And essentially recently, they created a physical immersive experience in London's trend called Gucci Cosmos, again, that you can experience physically, even though much of it was digital and created with lights. And then that experience was replicated into amazing, very high fidelity copy in Sandbox. So this is a great example of brand presence and IP stretching across different paradigms and different platforms. Finally, coming to softer challenges, and I know I'm being short on time, so I'm going to try to rush through it. Communication. Be very mindful that when we communicate, this industry is still so fresh that many people might hear different things, even though you're using the same vocabulary. Let me give you an experience, an example. So when I'm saying NFT, people that are doing digital fashion design, they might think, oh, NFT is beautiful wearables that are kind of scarce one-on-one and they can be traded and they can be sold. When an executive of a capital group like LVMH or Kering hears NFT, the first thing that comes to their mind is crypto speculation, speculating on profile pictures. And that is not really an association that they might want next to their business. When a brand executive from, let's say, Louis Vuitton owned by LVMH is hearing NFT, they primarily think about it as an instrument for building loyalty with their most loyal customers and rewarding them for that loyalty. So again, be mindful of how you communicate, and there might be different interpretations of what you're communicating. Be mindful how you position your venture, whether it's a fashion brand like Coco Chanel, or whether it's a technology product like Ready Player Me, for example. We all have beautiful Ready Player Me avatars here. And finally, be mindful that right now there is a lot of enthusiasm around that part of technology. But if you come to the forefront and you get all the attention, but you don't build a fashion brand or you don't build a technology product, your 5 minutes in the spotlight will end and the market will clearly lose patience. There is such a thing as being too early. So make sure that rather than just go for visibility, you also make sure that you deliver to the market to make sure that you create an enduring legacy in that new chapter of the fashion industry. So last kind of aspect, because I know we're running low on time, zero-sum mentality. So there is this amazing kind of story about a business war, and I encourage you to listen to a podcast about it, between Gucci and Louis Vuitton, and how LVMH tried to attempt a hostile takeover of the Gucci brand, and they were saved from Bernard Arnault by his rival François Pinault that kind of acquired it for the luxury group Kering. This is not our industry. The traditional luxury industry is at its winter stage. Whereas us, we're at the spring stage. We're just in the beginning. So it's not that it's a zero-sum game when there will only be one winner. For this industry to become essentially a parallel industry to fashion, or even marriage with traditional fashion at some point, we all need to act together as a community. We need to support one another. We need to prompt each other up and clap for others, or it will never be our turn. Only that way we achieve shared growth, we mature as an industry, and we get a better outside perception of people seeing us as mature and basically durable aspect of the fashion industry and the luxury industry. Right now, digital fashion is a huge thing in gaming. Everybody will tell you that it's a multi-million-dollar industry. But with traditional fashion, we're currently still fighting for that perception of mature technology landscape that can benefit both the brands and the builders. So just to wrap it up, what opportunities all of those aspects create for brands right now? Well, one is to co-create with their community. Imagine that you can use artificial intelligence to essentially source designs from your community, but train the model on licensed designs of your brand in a way that whatever they create is still within the aesthetics of the brand. It's about community tooling. Where do you interact with the community? Where do you provide the community experience? How can you engage them through data-based engagement, and how do you gather that data? Do you use a Web3 CRM? Do you integrate Web3 data streams with traditional CRMs that for luxury brands are often outdated? New ways in which you can create and build content. Can you personalize the customer journey using AI, because they lose most of their sales mid-funnel? How you can use AI to make them feel that this journey is tailor-made for them as individuals? And finally, how do you reward them for loyalty and make sure that loyalty is persistent? And finally, opportunities for technology builders. Remember how I told you about the utility of digital assets? It's still a ripe field for disruption. There is still a lot of work to be done to make sure that those digital wearables extend the functionality of normal physical clothing. But for reality spectrum to come about, the phygital backend still requires a lot of standardization, how those assets move, how those links between assets are stored. Is it through NFC chips? Is it from other methods? How we can do this verification of digital provenance. It's about providing new immersive experiences to users and tech that supports that. It's about creating new augmented reality, mixed reality, and virtual reality platforms. It's about gamifying the experience. It's about creating the infrastructure for us to express our digital self. And finally, and I think the most important at this point in time, it's about interoperability infrastructure that will enable us to enter the reality spectrum rather than still think about fashion as either physical or digital. So with that in mind, I want to thank you for your attention. Have an amazing rest of the conference. You have some of the amazing speakers here on the stage, many of my friends well. So I'm super excited to hear it. And, do not hesitate to reach out. And let's act as a community together to make sure that this industry flourishes and that we usher the new era of fashion and luxury in which users and their digital wearables flow seamlessly between physical world, virtual world, and everything in between. Thank you so much for your attention and enjoy the rest of the festivities. Thank you so much for having me.
Does anybody hear the sound? I don't hear the sound.
Yeah, we are here. Thank you so much, Ira, to hosting beautiful conference in your beautiful space. And until we are starting second part of the conference on Thursday, maybe like Ira, you would like to invite people to your request and also explain how people try your animation in your shop.
Yes. I hope I'm not interrupting the speech here. No? Am I okay? Okay.
Yeah, I think now is
okay.
time moving for a second.
Okay. Yes, of course. Welcome everybody to
Who are you? Who don't know you? Tell about this place.
Yes. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everyone, being here. I'm Ira. My name is Ira, and I'm a founder of my company, Ira X Lab. And here in Spatial, we are creating. I'm a spatial guide. I have a project, iRule. It's called iRule. It's a world exclusively built in spatial. I have a partner in this project. His name is 90 Ghost, and we build small games inspired by the I Ching system, Chinese I Ching system. I have invested 2 years here in spatial, and my background is in fashion industry. I used to be a fashion model, runway model, working in New York. And now I'm here, full-time here, building and working with technology. So I would like to give a small gift here from me. This is the latest that what we're doing right now. This is the animations that I make them super long and provide for the community. Here is a small gift. It's called Sosi, hashtag FMC24. Just get close to this picture and click on the F button to add it to your backpack. And this is a small animation for your avatars to express yourselves at the events. You can dance. It's long. So yeah, this is a community spot. We have attachments. We have animations. All you have to do is to play a small quest. It's kind of easy. You come in, press on the start game button. There is like in front, there is a start game button. Go through the quest, follow the guide, and get your coins from the game. And yes, and you can open the shop and get free attachments, free animations with those coins. So we are here for the community. We're here for the support. If anybody needs any help, we're here. And thank you so much, Alexander. He was here almost from the beginning of my journey as well. We work side by side. It's an amazing opportunity. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you to our hosting us and providing beautiful dance. I'm already climate and dancing, guys. Come close and get your dance that you can dance on the different parties. Thank you, Ira, for this beautiful performance, and I'm enjoying watching how you are building and growing. This is something spectacular. And thank you so much that we will showing more places, and you will be a duo also intro about yourself and the day number 3. I would like to ask Isola, and the main person who is organizing this conference, and let's give you a mic to say a couple of words and drive us during this conference. I continue dancing. Thank you, guys.
Hi, Alexander. Hi, everyone. So now let's welcoming our next speaker, Barbara. She's here, and they're going to talk with everyone. So let's welcome her speech.
Let's go. And guys, we have a big screen that we can watching. Here's the streaming from the Zoom. You will see a speaker, they present digitally by avatars, but also many speakers will be present with the presentation on the big screen. Now, follow each other, put like on this space, and enjoy with education. We are super open to have a fun with you all these days. Thank you.
I am muted, but maybe you cannot hear me.
Now we hear you. Here we go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Well, we'll hear you well. Thank you.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Maybe there is some connection issue or something else. So actually, I wanted to share my presentation on Zoom, but it looks like it's not possible. I don't know why. I will try it again. Just a moment, please. Actually, I am Barbara Fontana Ozawa, and I am the owner of Eretikos Digital Fashion Studio. And my purpose is to help the companies that are active in textile and clothing supply chain to optimize and streamline processes, becoming more sustainable and more productive, reducing cost and waste, and decreasing profit margins thanks to the use of digital strategies. Can you see my screen now? Can you see my screen?
We can see it on Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you hear me in special? Can you see the presentation everywhere?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. So since we use artificial intelligence every day, today I will talk about artificial intelligence in fashion. And since we use it every day, it's not the case to ask you if you know about artificial intelligence. But I would like to ask you, how do you use artificial intelligence for your work in fashion? And I will do it after a short movie I will show you now. So, as you can see from this video, if you are a designer, you want to become one, a pattern maker or product manager, marketing and sales administrators, anybody working in fashion today can find numerous apps based on artificial intelligence that really can help us to streamline operations and making our lives much easier. So we are not able to go into detail about the use we make of it every day in our work, but we will briefly see what it is about. In the next slide, we will ask which is the role of artificial intelligence in fashion today. And we can see it in this video. You know, if you think about three keywords, creativity, efficiency, and sustainability, we have to ask ourselves what we need to operate effectively within these three parameters. And what we need, I think you all guess the correct answer. That is the data. As you can see in this video, you can iterate numerous items for any kind of style you have. And you know very well how hard it is to showcase a style during our preparation for a collection. We have to make many samples to showcase our
Alexander. In our shop, we have attachments, we have monkeys, we have tigers. I don't know if you've seen it, you can check it out.
Yes, maybe like during this time when explain how they're doing quest, because here's everyone can actually start the quest. Here's the start the quest. You can try to interact with the avatars that will be give your outfit or outlook, and there's a start of quest. And don't forget your account. When you complete the interesting quest, you will get Eretikos Lab coin, and you can spend this coin in the shopping system and get some beautiful animations.
Yes, thank you, Alex. You have our screen back.
Yeah, we have a screen, but we hear no sound at the moment. We try to make it everything is complicated because we have a streaming inside in the space, and we have outside the streaming, and also like the amount the people with very heavy avatars. But yeah.
Yes, I've noticed that if you do Zoom meeting and you stream here, it doubles the sound and becomes hard to hear doubled in spatial.
Good, we are learning, we are pushing boundaries, right? Like we try to do something that never done before, work super complexity in this way, and we are learning together. Thank you for this patient, and we definitely will figure out. The first day is like the first part of the event, and it will be much better.
All right, we still don't have the sound in space.
Me either. Like Olivia, try to unmute yourself and say hi for us, just to a sound check.
To unmute, press M.
On the keyboard, right? If you're by your mobile, 3 dots from the right, and there is a mic.
All right, we don't hear the sound still.
No, me either. I'm thinking.
Just wanted to double check who's presenting. Maybe they're in space and I can unmute them somehow, but I'm not sure who's presenting right now. Alex, do you want me to give you a host permissions?
You can give me a host permissions, but I think I will try to understand also who is talking. I think Ozawa is supposed to be getting the permissions because she's navigated all speakers, but try to also understand who is stream right now.
Alessandro. All right, Alessandro is here. Let's try to give him some push with the unmuting him.
Hello.
All right, great. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, nice. Okay. Thank you so much, Isola, and everybody inviting me today here. I mean, I'm really excited, honestly, to see all these people. And also, I mean, I understand a little technical problem. As you say, we are pushing new experimental way to connect each other. So thank you so much for today. Also, nice to meet you, everybody. Can you hear me loud and clear? I mean, I hope that you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay. So, I introduce myself to the community. My name is Alessandro De Angelis, and I am the Euro project manager for many projects in the creativity sectors, digital and cultural environment in all Europe. I work for the Europe Commission since 2 years right now, and I hosted and I ran many projects in this field, as I said before, especially for the programs Creative Europe and Horizon 2020 plus Horizon Europe. So today I got invitation from Isola, from the organizing of the Fashion Metaverse conference, to talk a little bit about what is our project and that we are already created and almost submitted for the next round. It's going to be in 1 month. And the name of the project is Phygital Integration HUB. And we are a consortium of many companies in fashion, physical fashion, and digital fashion, and in VR, and in augmented reality development. And we are almost 11, 12 persons on board, and we are working on this project already since 1 year in the preparation and the organization of all the tasks and the timeline and budget, stuff like that. So we are going to participate in this call from the Europe program Creative Europe that is called Creative Innovation Hub, that is aimed to the objectives of create a product in the Web3 or in virtual worlds, plus the engagement of the European project and the European objectives from the program 2021-2027, such as Green Deal, digitalization, inclusivity, and awareness. We already created a couple of pilot projects thanks to Ikolska and Nikki, and I mean, we are a great team. I'm really proud of the work that we did till now, even before the confirmation from the European Commission for the engagement of the project for the next 2 years. Of course, there is also a little bit, I mean, nice amount of money that is going to be feed to the project to develop all the tasks and activities. And as we already created a couple of pilot projects, or we include or we merge this kind of phygital environment in real showrooms in Milan Fashion Week. We did it in September with the Digital Culture Summit from Ikolska and Nikki. and we did it also in February and was really successful. I mean, the beginning was the attendance request was around 100 people, then we become kind of 500, I guess, so it was kind of a lot of people. So we are super proud and super happy on the results and the effort, and we are really encouraged to go on and to develop what we want to, what is the aim of the project. So the idea is, of course, to create a kind of immense space, a virtual space, but also like in the reality that we don't need to forget about, because it's also our world, what we are living in, and we have to protect beside all the political conflict and the stuff that are happening right now in the world. And we are hoping to create a kind of awareness, a kind of expectation that from our work we can develop not only in the metaverse but also in the reality a better place for us and for the future generation. This is our main goal, like, and I'm really, I really believe, I really trust in the process that we are engaged, and I think that everybody are more than welcome to join us. Of course, if you want to know a little bit more about the project, as soon as we finish the developing of the submission, so in 1 month, then we start to disseminate a little bit the aim, the missions, the project. So just hold on that we are almost there. And of course, I mean, feel free also to contact me on LinkedIn, on the social media. I'm more than happy to talk with you if you need any kind of support, any kind of grants for your project, to change this, let's say, reality with us. And I think that is really important to create such an environment. And I think that everybody here in this room now, in this place where we are now all together, we want the same desire. We share the same roots in a certain way. So that is really important for me at first, to know the way to get this kind of situation out from the basket, and of course also for you to understand that there is always a possibility to get something founded, especially from public entities such as the European Commission, that they are really aimed, they are really interested in Web3 development, in blockchain, and crypto art, or cryptocurrency, or crypto fashion, or digital assets, and such a thing like that. So, as I say, feel free, guys, to reach me out anytime on LinkedIn. I think it's the best way right now, and I hope that to see you in the real world or in the virtual world. Also, I want to thank Isola for the invitation today. Also, I have to go because I have a flight to take. I'm in Barcelona right now. I have to go to Rome. I have something. And I wish you all the best. Good luck with your project, and let's keep in touch for Phygital Integration HUB. I know that is going to be a North Star for other projects to develop in the future, in the early future, hopefully, and I hope to be with you in this process, if you allowed us to do that. So thank you so much, and I hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Alessandro.
No problem.
Thank you for presentation, and Isola, mic for you. Who will be next? If the speaker in the room, are we ready?
Now, if everyone's seeing here, it's from Olivia Lee. She's also unmuting herself right now, so let's waiting for Olivia Lee to show her presentation. Digital Fashion Refined. Olivia, if you are here, please standing on the stage. We are in the center. We can see your slides, so please come here. So we will see you.
very easy if you're using computer, just to press M, and I see you're coming. Very great outfit. Sounds check. Press M.
Yeah, I have my laptop and then I have my phone. So you hear me now?
We hear you so good.
Okay, perfect. Let's rewind. Let's rewind a bit. Okay, thanks for the claps, guys. So previously I shared about my background as a metaverse explorer and how I got into the digital fashion space. Really, the way I see it is as we spend more time immersed in the metaverse, in education, in socializing, in entertainment, seeing one another like today, we definitely need really great clothes to wear. So that leads me to talking about the 3 types of digital fashion. So the 3 types of digital fashion that I've come across now, and I thank a lot of these previous thought leaders sharing their kind of ideas, their research that also helped me gather and really hone into these definitions as well. So the 3 categories are real life fashion, online life fashion, and unreal life fashion. So very quickly about it and some of the characteristics of each of the category you might find. So in real life fashion, you're going to find really interesting uses such as digital twin. It can really be scanned with like a QR code. It can come with a twin or possibly a receipt proving its authenticity with something called a digital product passport known as a DPP. Now, with online live fashion, it is usually through an AR filter, and it can be generated with AI. DressX just came up with something with the AI recently. It can be superimposed onto, say, a photo, giving one image countless outfit changes. And the last one is unreal life fashion. It's usually an item that is like a skin. So it's a clothing that's not on your digital self, but say on an avatar. So by wearing this item, it could give you powers, maybe allows you to level up in your gameplay, or simply express yourself as your avatar version. So I'm walking around, hanging out, and you see me here in this latex suit and her wild pink hair. This is something that I would love to wear in real life, but I can't seem to muster the courage just yet. So let's dive into in real life digital fashion first. The way I see it is the best way to describe in real life fashion is that we can see, touch, wear, and even wash this item. So it does not have to, but it may have a digital twin. It could be identical to the physical item or maybe an exaggerated version, which could have some special effect when used with like the right hardware, like a virtual try-on mirror or something. Or it can just be a digital receipt of authentication, ownership, and provenance. So to bring things to perspective, phygital fashion or something like phygital fashion or connected products, it can be easily understood by the general category, let's call them millennials. Now, I like to think of this as an introduction to digital fashion because it's probably one of the first steps that's awaiting for them in iCommerce. It isn't as intimidating. We can still buy items we fancy without really knowing the hidden capabilities. And that hidden capability, it comes in a form of a little chip known as an NFC. But once that NFC is unlocked or say used, it creates value for both the wearer and the brand. So when I say it could be easily understood by millennials, it's because it can be deployed by, say, scanning an item's QR code. So something that nobody knew how to do a few years back, yeah, but is now very common. So by scanning an item with my phone, I can access information such as how I can care for a piece of clothing, learn more about the process in making the item, or like even the designer's inspiration. So if you think that's not enticing enough, what about if I say that by wearing a sweatshirt, for example, this kind of jean jacket you see on screen by, say, Tommy Hilfiger, it has an NFC. Imagine when I walk into a physical store, the item triggers like a personalized response, like at the mirror or an LED. It will greet me, you know, welcome Olivia, and it will tell me that my favorite item is now in stock, or that maybe this particular denim jacket I'm wearing, it would tell me that I've worn it like 50 times. So I've saved so many X liters of water. So it would reward me with a new sweatshirt or maybe like a discount on my next purchase. So another practical example of how phygital items on blockchain can alleviate the problems of things like, you know, that we see in legacy luxury goods like transparency, authenticity, provenance, and such. So in this video, you see I have Loro Piana. They use a digital product passport to show the provenance on how an item is sourced and made. So it further ensures its authenticity and its value, giving the client a peace of mind. Now, this is particularly important in the re-commerce industry, you know, also known as secondhand. So imagine you no longer need to trust a middleman to validate or authenticate an item. So here are some brands, companies, and platforms that are active in this in real life and phygital space. Some of these brands here, the founders or representatives will be speaking and presenting during this conference, so be sure to catch them. So some of these companies and solution providers may include like authentication platforms, re-commerce platforms like Solaire, tokenization, and of course, a lot of these designers and brands themselves. So the conversions of these realms really offer a really interesting view of digital fashion's potential. So for things like brand loyalty to pioneering sustainable practice, it's really shaping our identities and our interaction. So since there's no major distinction among the three categories, it's just a general guideline, I'm sharing with you another case study between a brand that's bridging like the physical and the digital. So this here, Guild, is a streetwear brand based in Tallinn, and they So like the sushi dress. So online real life fashion really offers a creative outlet for designers to dream up impossible, to free them from constraints of gravity, things like cost and material limitation. And for me, I feel like it's very fun for the wearer too. So imagine that you can access like couture, something that's typically saved for artists in like music videos or like worn by celebrities on the red carpet. So with this online real life fashion, I feel like it's most comfortable for people who's already active on social media. It really feels like it's a natural step forward. So if you think about it, if you've ever played with the filter on say Meta or Snapchat or design an avatar, you're pretty much already comfortable with this. So instead of those like original playful dog ears and the tongue Snapchat that we all kind of got used to when Snapchat came out, to like the makeup filters. Now what we're seeing are just like branded items and, you know, accessories that we can put on our bodies. So it's about bringing the try-on experience on at home and just transforming how we interact with fashion digitally. So in a very practical example, virtual try-on mirrors is about clothing imposed in our photos, giving us a look on how something is before we buy it. So imagine you can click and buy the physical piece right after you try it on, but it also addresses really core issues for retailers. So for them, having people to try on their clothing and ordering it, it can potentially reduce overstock. It can simplify their logistics and probably even cutting down costs of return. So as a consumer, I also think it's great that I can try on an outfit digitally, especially with the use of things like AI and like really good body measurements for accuracy. It's going to prevent me from buying, like, say, one item in two sizes and effectively cutting down the cost of carbon emission when I return it. So I just want to tell you really quickly a story about my experience as a digital avatar influencer. So I really think this puts everything in perspective for me. So I believe anything that happens in the physical world, including behaviors, can be really replicated in the digital world. So about a year ago, I was invited by a digital fashion house to join in their first ever K-pop music video on Decentraland. So excited, and I pretty much was thinking about what should I wear. But at the same time, my inventory at the time did not have items that's interoperable across different platforms. So in other words, I had nothing to wear. So what did I do? I went to my friends at Diverge and I asked them to borrow something. So I told them that, you know, I'll be in a music video, I'll be making content, I'll be tagging everyone. They were so kind. They ended up sending me the suit, the Lilo suit, and a matching bag directly to my wallet. So after filming that, I wanted to return the item, but they were very nice. They let me keep it. So what I'm trying to bring is what if influencers, those people who are really creating their business by setting trends and creating this sudden need for excess consumption, what if fashion houses can drop in digital fashion such that they can share the product superimposed on their body, still sell the item, but at the same time, it's going to limit fashion waste and limit them having these unwanted products, like them just gathering all of these products. So what else is, if it's on chain, imagine that if you know who's had the item before, it can potentially increase the value of that digital fashion because it's somebody who's famous that's worn it before. So you never know. Perhaps an item would raise in value because on chain, you know, a supermodel wore it before, or maybe a movie star, or even me, LIVVIUM. So with online real life fashion, here are some other brands, platforms and companies that's in this space that are collectively and collaboratively creating some really amazing projects. So some of these people featured here will be also speaking during the conference. So here again, I show another example from AR to gaming. This is about another item that's AR, and they went to gaming through Roblox, and it's the first time they launched in Roblox. So Fabric X is a digital fashion company based in Hong Kong. So they create the first full 11 designers on Roblox, and to me, I feel like it's a really great move because with Roblox, they have over 70 million daily active users, so it makes it a really great platform. So I'm very excited for them. So now let's talk about the last category, which is unreal life digital fashion. This is really clothing that just exists in the virtual realms, particularly in gaming and metaverse platforms. So as I've mentioned earlier, I found myself when I was venturing through all these metaverse platforms.
20 minutes.
Okay, let me finish this. Sorry, Louise. So as I mentioned, with gaming platforms, I really cared about how my avatar looks. So this gaming area is just a lot of endless possibility for creativity and gameplay. So to finish up, I'm just going to talk about some of these other brands that are building for this unreal life online life fashion. So there are some design houses like Blueberry, GameFi, and Decentraland, and the Sandbox. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. So I'd like to thank everyone for participating, and I really look forward to connecting with you all. Thank you. I'm Olivia of LIVVIUM.
Thank you very much, Olivia. That was a great talk, and thank you for walking us through a lot of those activations. Some of them looked really nice, and talking us through the concert that you showed off the digital fashion in. The next speaker is Louise Lang, and she's going to introduce Louise. A lot
We need to check the sound. We don't hear you at the moment.
She's currently the founder of FashionWomen and very well-known space in digital fashion. So, Louise, if you're ready, I can go ahead.
Hello, Luis. Can you speak here in the spatial so we can hear you?
Now?
I can
My screen.
We have no sound. Hold on.
we will welcome next speaker, Louise. She's joining the spatial space right now, so everyone can hear what she's speaking. So Louise is the founder of Phygital Twin. In the next section, she's going to talk about the presentation and show everyone what they're doing right now for the Phygital brand.
And so now if I go to share my screen, can you see me in spatial now as well? Hello?
Yes, you can see you. You can talk here.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm loving the outfits, by the way. I think there are some really cool ones. I was just thinking if I can get it on my phone as well. Some amazing outfits. And how do you ride a camel? Does anybody know how you can get onto a camel? I was trying to jump on one, but anyway, camels look amazing, and cats. So it's really nice to be talking. Well done, Sola and team, for organising this incredible event today, and all the amazing speakers. I'm Louise Lang. Thank you for the introduction. I am the founder of Digital Twin, and we're going to be talking about digital fashion for good, bridging real and the digital world. And at Phygital Twin, we enable a unique and simple, cost-effective gateway to 3D digital product creation empowering the formation of fashion collections that can be turned into production-ready patterns in real time. And we really, really care about the workflow, just like Olivia was talking about, from digital to physical, all of the benefits that Olivia mentioned, and we can go through many of them again in more detail. This is just one collaboration we did with Steffi Fong, where we turned her digital asset into a physical garment, and then we can make it on demand. So why did we start Phygital Twin? I've got a fashion background, so it's 25 years in the industry, and was really, really frustrated with the issues surrounding physical fashion. You know, the main problems are that you do not know what customers are going to buy. So you have to forecast 9 months in advance, and that's what I did for a career, like trying to work out what people wanted to wear, and it's impossible. Even though we were good at it, we thought, we still ended up with a huge amount of waste. And then you have to overbuy. So we would be overbuying by 30-40% because you don't want to lose out on sales. And every year you're expected to grow and grow. So you have to buy more and more stock. And this results in like unsold waste. 35 billion garments a year go to landfill, which I'm sure everybody here is aware of, and that's why we're into digital fashion. And so when COVID hit, I thought, well, this is just crazy. Like, this technology now that exists where we can actually go from digital. And while we're going in this archaic way, like, brands are always going to do their own thing, but there's a huge new wave of creativity coming up with gaming, with creators, with digital fashion artists. We don't, in this culture now, TikTok, we don't have to sit on loads of stock. Trends are happening very quickly. I believe that they're not coming from the catwalk anymore. They're really coming from games and you know, TikTok trends. So really, Digital Twin is about agile manufacturing, how we can use digital assets to test the market. We'll talk about that more, make sustainably afterwards. So why digital first? Well, lots of reasons. You can test your designs on your customers before you go into production. Actually ask the customer. Like, brands do not ask customers what they want. They just think they know what they want based on some merchandise plan. And by the time it gets to store, it's not actually what they want half the time. And trends, as we said, are happening too quickly. You can validate, you can design something, you can validate it. Do you like this? Ask the community, ask your people in your game, put it on social media. What do you think of this? Okay, you like it? Okay, fine. Well, maybe I'll make some and sell it. It limits waste because of the reasons we said. And we can react to trends really, really quickly using AI in digital fashion. You know, there's a company called Finesse who I always reference. They create AI designs, and they get their community to vote on these designs before they make anything. And in places fast fashion, it's not great quality, but they have a reduced waste as a result of working so close to market. And then once you've got the 3D file, you can use that for gaming, for AR and for VR, and you can really get to know your customer. Then we have this unprecedented growth of AI skins market. The gaming companies are all capitalizing on digital product creation. We always say fish where the fish are, and so where we started out working mainly with creators, we've ended up mainly in gaming, just because it's where digital fashion is the most abundant. And like, obviously the sales, these figures, 1.65 billion virtual garments being sold in Roblox kind of verifies that. And now there are more creators in Roblox than there are digital designers in the whole of America. So there's 65 million designs were created last year in Roblox alone. And just have to look at the amount of people that are actually hanging out in these games. So Roblox 300 million monthly average users, Fortnite 236 million. So it's no wonder that this is like the playground for digital fashion now. And it's the new hangout. It's where all the kids are going for validation. They like to change their outfit every day. There's 10 million change their outfits daily. 10 million users. So it's really a place to test these things before they go into production. And there's an interesting, Tommy Hilfiger is a very interesting use case. They are actually using generative AI to give user-generated tools to their gamers. And as I said, we're no longer working in this environment where designers depict trends. And this enables Tommy to actually engage with a consumer that they wouldn't normally do. Tommy Hilfiger's business is 80% wholesale, so they don't even know who their customer is. And now with user-generated tools, they can actually give their creators, their kind of community, their own the ability to be able to design their own garments, which enhances engagement, and is actually it's been proven to generate more revenue for them. So whereas in the old days there's no brands that would give like creators their own IP, but actually this is a really, really good use case of how you can use UGC as a benefit. And the only drawback with Tommy Hilfiger is actually they can't have a direct customer strategy through gaming, and because they're too wholesale driven, which I think is a detriment to a lot of these kind of more traditional brands, where they can't capitalize on making physical production from seeing what's happening because their buying cycles and their wholesale customers aren't allowing it. And then Sandbox, they're also focusing on user-generated content. They just initiated the Art of the Runway, where with their partnership with Digital Fashion Week, all of the designers that ended up being able to create this cool wearable. Say, for example, Steffi Fung, as Olivia said, had the Sandbox wearable, and then that was then made on demand by us. So you have the whole digital to physical. And it was just, oh, there we go. Yeah, and Sandbox very much believe that the next designer will come from a gaming company. And I think with the advent of generative AI, these tools are only going to get more and more used. So could the next Vivian Westwood emerge from a game? 100%. And I think this is definitely the future. Another company which we work with, Avakin, they've introduced a tool called Avacraft. Really cool, you should go and check it out. And you can actually create your own outfit. And we are working on the pipeline from digital to physical, which I think is absolutely like the future. Design it yourself and then make it physically afterwards. Like, why do designers have to be, sort of trained? Nothing against people that have been to St. Martin's. We have people in our team that have, and I think they're incredible, but not everybody has that opportunity. And I think this is about democratizing the tools and giving them to everybody, so that everybody has the opportunity to be a creator and the next fashion designer. Like, why not? And then we have the creators, which are the next generation of consumers. And the creative economy is 250 billion, but only 4% of these creators have their own brand, because the barriers to entry are so high. Like, it could cost 50 to 100,000 to have your own fashion collection. And so at Phygital Trim, we're really about enabling, anybody to have their own fashion collection at a reduced cost. So accessibility, to believe that there's so much talent out there. So how do we do that? Well, we already have a portfolio of 200 patterns. So when somebody comes to us and they say, I want to design, I want to have a collection, I've got this idea, we look in our archive and like say, okay, well, why don't you just start with these? Everything is in 3D. So if you have a print or you have an idea, then we can kind of see this like literally within an hour, can visualize a collection for you to be able to see what it looks like. You just can't do that in CAD or 2D, and it would take a very long time. So everything is ready for people that we work with, ready to go. These patterns have been made, we've tested them, they fit well, they're on really good blocks. And if someone wants to add a pocket or shorten it, then we just go and kind of do that and then put it back up to the system where you can see the amendments. We manage the AI to physical workflow for companies, some AI companies that are enabling creators to have their own fashion collections. We do this through visualizing the AI and then again putting it onto a block, that pattern that already exists within our archive, or adapting it or creating one that exists in the same way. Because the problem with AI, it's just 2D, just image generation, like 3D is as well. 3D isn't actually production ready. And the same for digital to physical workflow as well. So we have the digital design. For someone like Steffi, we have to take that design off the 3D design and put it onto the pattern piece and make the pattern separately, because that was very bespoke. And then we have to put the pattern, her pattern, surface texture pattern, onto the pattern piece, actually quite time consuming. Because the problem with this, we find the 3D design and the AI is that it isn't attached to the right pattern. It's kind of the disconnect, and this is the gap that Digital Twin fills. And so the benefits of working with us, you can reduce your product development lead cost by 75% and production lead time from 3 months to 2 weeks. I mean, even faster, to be honest. We can turn things around in days. We've done a couple of projects within a week, and like everything is sustainable. So if we use the print on demand method, we can actually print directly on fabric, which means you don't have to buy like a purple fabric or a black fabric or a pink fabric. We can just print the design directly onto the fabric. And that means that the expense of starting a fashion collection is a lot less, because we have a lot of these fabrics in stock. We streamline the operation from digital to physical, create cost savings, enable people to generate more revenues. Think of us like an innovation extension within your team. So all of our clients, we're almost we're in-house, we're part of the team, and we're helping them build their projects, build their brands, and bring their ideas to life sustainably. This is just some of our work.
Thanks, Ira.
Not sure who is it coming from.
Funny noise. Thank you. Hello? Hello? Thank you so much. It's a funny noise now.
Yeah, I think perhaps the echo between spatial and
Zoom. But thank you for that, Louise. Pretty amazing talk. Thanks for those examples that you showed us, and of course the some of the crazy value propositions of starting a fashion house at £5,000. I think that's something truly compelling, if nothing else. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and Astrid Pilla introduce our next visitor. She's a
Thank you so much for the speech, Louis. And let's wait for our next speaker, Astrid. So I think Astrid is also here. If you can stand on the stage and speak, go ahead for your amazing speech.
Let's see. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. So here we are. I am happy to be inside Spatial and on Zoom. I'm so excited to see everybody today. Whether it be fine artists, it could be beauty brands, anyone who comes to me, I can usually give a little bit of advice on how to integrate, let's say it might be digital fashion, and approach the customer loyalty programs, in a unique and creative way. So that's what I've been kind of focusing on, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a couple of startups that I'm sure you all have heard of, but they give a unique approach, and I think that that's where the industry is going. And so without further ado, I will get into my slideshow now. I did not get slides, but that's okay. We're going to talk about the thing that I want to bring up anyway. So I run Meta Fashion House, which started back in 2021, or 2022, excuse me. This is the first Digital Fashion Week, and that was inside Decentraland, and we had 12 boutiques, and believe it or not, we had filled all of those boutiques for Digital Fashion Week. Brands like Meta Golden and we had Kid Super, we had Aluna, we had Italia, which was an Italian shoe brand, and we even had Crypto Chicks, which was they were releasing a summer collection, and so we had a great summer collection release party, and everything. And we had as well a party for a couple months later. We had a Valde Beauty party, which won accolades from Glossy, best digital event. So it's been a little bit of creation between the IRL versus the online release parties, which we do pretty well. We had a Emmy, which was at Bitbasel, so we came from Decentraland to Bitbasel, and so Bitbasel attendees could actually talk with the avatars across stream, which was really, really fun. We did that with the dials, of course. That was Tankoko who helped me with that. So those are just some of the things that we can do for brands that come to me and want to create a special experience for their fans or their customers. Now let me get back to my so of course we are utilizing AI a lot for visuals, and I know that Louise was just talking about we can utilize AI to create, let's say, the fabric and create the pieces for an IRL fashion event, which is amazing. Now, I also encourage the brands that I work with to, gift or think about things that you can add to your physical products. So, for example, we had a GM hat made, which was 3D printed. Just the brim was printed, and I can show you the artwork that we created with Kelsey Picks, which was a GM kind of a really cool glitch art. And so I always seek out artists to collaborate with, which gives the pieces extra interesting digital piece. And it could be this kind of artwork, or it could be an AR filter, or we can actually add on those filters at a later time. So those are the things that I'm thinking about. I'm always seeking to uplift artists who are out there in terms of starting their careers, or women. I like to Adriana Illustration and Kelsey Picks are just two of the artists that I've worked with. Serena Ellis is also a very gifted metaverse performer, and she also creates art, so she has already worked. So I like to, uplift other artists at every chance that I can get. And we can create beautiful, beautiful campaigns using generative AI. These are two very, what can I say? They are really trials for a Tom Ford campaign that I was doing. So we were actually creating images to present to the brand. And these are just a couple of the images that we were able to create. And this was unheard of even last year, that we could create something like this. And we do have virtual brand ambassadors as well. So that's another way to use AI and virtual avatars. And DJ Dex was one of the virtual brand ambassadors for Digital Fashion Week. I'm also let's say a partnership ambassador for Digital Fashion Week. So I do help on the partnership side. So DJ Dex was one of ours, and she had worn some virtual clothing for some of the artists that are in the room today. So that was a lot of fun to be able to run a campaign. But there are, of course, virtual ambassadors, and of course, Future Front Row, the hologram technology at Digital Fashion Week, and we've seen the images that are from Mutiny, and we had Steffi Fung, and they're just absolutely gorgeous virtual hologram technology during the fashion show. So the one in New York City, we have the virtual hologram technology first, and then we have the actual physical fashion show. And then, of course, utilizing collaborations, we collaborated with the Sandbox, Digital Fashion Week, and we did avatars for each of the designers, like the House of Art with Digicode, and we had Ipulska, and each of those designers had their avatars made with the Sandbox. So those are the type of collaborations that really work well and give the audience something to think about in terms of what is their virtual identity going to be. The last thing I'm going to talk about is a startup brand, which is really what my talk was going to be about here. We have, most of you know, Francine Fowler. She's a very good friend of mine, and started with Meta Golden, which was jewelry, connected jewelry, blockchain jewelry, basically. And now her brand is called The No, which is a startup and is a visual brand that she's working with Louise on, which is very exciting. But this is a brand that will utilize collaborations with any member who would like to become a member. It's the website is going to be in my bio, so you can all go and check out our new brand. And each of the pieces is going to be voted on, and you'll be able to order the pieces through the Calder, which is going to be the social app. It's really a social brand, which is going to utilize social collaboration and social kind of thing, and each piece is absolutely exquisite. I'm very excited for her. And this, so again, follow the No and keep up with the latest in brand collaboration, because this is going to be a social experiment. It's very similar to Kiki brand and the Shipped nails that you've all seen. So this is a kind of a voting mechanism piece to be created. So that is my talk today. If anyone has any questions for me or anything, I'm happy to go through any questions that people may have. I'm going to look at the chat here, see if there's anything, but feel free to ask me anything. And yeah, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me. Can you guys hear me?
Thank you, Astrid. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Astrid, for sharing the amazing speech.
Great presentation.
So everyone can go inside the Era space. So she has a lot of gaming, also the giveaway.
Thanks, Astrid. Isola, should we move on to the panel? Because I'm not able to hear speak on Zoom because she's on mute.
Yes, I'm moving to another space.
Okay.
So again, Isola, could you please clarify? We understand that we are done with the speaker panel and the beautiful plays developed by Ira X Lab together, Ira with an ID Ghost, and we are going another place where it will be a hosting different part of panels, right? And I think people
Yes, with a
start.
second. We are leading all the people to another panel, which we will start from 3 p.m. With a second, I can send you.
Guys, who do not grab beautiful animation by Ira is here behind this video. Come just to press, Ira, you move it, just to press to collect, and you have a beautiful dance. Is here, guys. Come to our having this animation, beautiful one in your backpack. And also back to our...
Yes, come back to play the quest. Thank
Here,
you, Alexander. Alexander, I'm not sure if it's just for me, but your audio is choppy. So, yes,
sorry.
thank you so much, everyone. It's fine. It happens when we screen share too many people screen share at the same time, I think. But thank you, everyone who came and joined us. It was amazing panels. Great. I'm looking forward to the next days.
Thank you, Ira, to hosting us, and see you on number 3 with your panel and more beautiful development by you. But the guys, here's the program, and we can jump on this space. It's here. Don't forget to take your free dance move by Ira X Lab.
Yes, use the portal.
Thank you so much, Ira.
Thank you, Lisbeth. Thank you.
I will jump less crazy.
Bigger.
You can watch on me and just to take it portal, and you will be in the second part of the Fashion Metaverse conference. You just need to press travel and the portal become big. Thank you, Ira. Guys, let's move from this place another. There will be another part. Yeah. I will still stay in here to push people who is come and stay.
Let's bring people here maybe to closer.
Yeah. Just press this portal and traveling, guys. One by one, jump another place. There's a beautiful development by Abdul, who in the room. Travel. Just push on this portal, and it's supposed to be link travel. Yeah.
Yeah. And you said we should mute here and unmute in spatial? Okay.
On a metaverse. Okay, Flo, can you hear me from the spatial?
I'm here in spatial, I can hear you.
So everyone is enjoying the session. So hi everyone, welcome here to our next panel. So we have all the guests, also some of them on the stage. Also you can see here in the our space. So for all the speakers, please come here, come to the stage, and we will.
Is there something happening? Jack?
No.
Jack?
Still waiting?
No, do you hear me? Do we hear me?
Yeah, so I think we all need to mute in Zoom because I heard a lot of echo. So Dirk, Takena, and Tomo. Yeah. Tomo, I think you need to mute yourself in Zoom. So hi everybody. Can everybody hear me? Just probably type in the chat. Would be great.
I can hear you in special, yes.
Oh, nice. Okay, so then I think without further ado, we will start. So hello everybody, super excited to meet all of you here. Sorry for the delay because of some technical issue, but we made it. So before we start, my name is Kuan Ning. I am the co-founder and CSO of Fund the Planet. So what we are doing is we help business to prove their contribution claim by attaching actual nature reserve in Amazon rainforest to any types of transactions or products and then supercharge it by blockchain technology. Privately, I'm also a podcast host. That is why I'm here to shed a light on all the starts here in the intersection of sustainability and also fashion. And without further ado, I will give the stage to each of the panelists to introduce themselves before we dive in. So Juliana, would you like to take the lead? Okay, so I think Juliana is, you need to press M in the spatial and then you can speak. But how about Flo? I know you can, you already unmute yourself. Maybe we start from you.
Guys, like I have some technical situation. The room was diluted for two parts, and some people in other room, they don't see us and don't hear us. Just everyone needs to refresh who in not this room and who don't see us streaming. It's technical issue. Just to refresh your page, and you will be there. Just log in and log out.
Okay. All right. I'm going to refresh myself right now, okay?
Yes, there's 3 servers at this moment. Alexander, I'm not sure if you can resolve this issue exactly because there's still going to be... I don't hear anybody from Spatial.
Yeah, just sign out from Spatial.
Alexander?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here with you.
Okay,
Like,
listen, I don't think you can resolve it until it's republished with 50 max. Right now it's published as 16.
Yeah.
So you probably will not resolve this issue until it's republished.
But Abdul is like doing okay.
Yes, he has to republish it with the 50 max. Otherwise, there is no way that you can put everybody together. It's only max 16 right now.
Yeah, got it. Like it. I will talk with Abdul.
Okay, cool.
I think it would be the best
Okay, so do I still unmute myself in spatial or just in Zoom? Okay, so do I unmute myself here or in spatial? Both unmute, right?
I think we're doing it in.
You can unmute in spatial as well, please, so that we can hear, because we're not hearing the screen share at the moment. Abdullah is going to try and stream from here into the other rooms while he republishes in Unity, if I understood correctly.
All right, the best thing to do is to republish real fast. Just check 50 and it might republish like in 10 minutes, but we will have to refresh. Yes, go to Unity. When you go publish, there is on the bottom, it's going to be max 50. Don't, check max 50. And don't...
In the inspector window.
Yes, in the publish tab.
Okay, I'm opening Unity here right now, but it takes time to open.
Okay, it's only one check. Only one check, publish, and then we have to refresh.
It takes 15 minutes to publish.
Sometimes it takes faster. Sometimes I'll check when it's published, and I'll be checking.
I can check also. Logging in here.
Ira, if the speakers have time constraints, do you think it's better if we go back to 02 maybe?
I hope
that
I think this is a solution.
Yes, I hope that people don't get lost. Let's go and back to the... Yes, let's go back. I'm here. There's some people still left over there. There's 10 people.
Make it portal. someone who is a hosting rights, could you please make it portal on iRule and we can back there? I'm so sorry, we're not expecting things.
And then,
yeah, just click on link, guys,
and then
and go there.
Alexander,
Yeah.
will you jump into all the servers at the top where it says switch server under the people and let them all know, because the rest won't know from us only. They can't hear us here. So you just have to click their switch server and then join server 1 and join server 2 and just tell them to go back to 02. I think that will be the easiest.
I think they can see the chat. In the chat they will
Oh,
see.
okay, yes.
So just make sure that you put in the chat that they have to jump in there.
One here.
All right. I see people joining here.
Ira?
All right, welcome back. Lisbeth, are you here? We don't have this name here either.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm here,
All
Ira.
right, we need to fix the sound.
In the meantime, while you guys wait, you can hit Q, X, L, and just dance and have some fun while you wait. Any of those letters on the keyboard.
Meditate with V. Right, what's going on with the sound? We need to share the sound into
Yeah,
social.
it's Ozawa, you are on your computer, you can unmute yourself and maybe we can hear from your computer of the panel. We need someone who will be sharing sound. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Sorry, everyone, for the technical issue.
We'll solve it. Just
That is an important call for action for the industry is really to bring more diverse players into the space to co-create these tools. And to really, I think the whole notion of soft skills will be much more important, and like compassion, like how can we bring in compassion and empathy into these digital applications? How can we have maybe a positive impact of technology? Because up until now we've seen that technology can be potentially very harmful, that we've seen with social media. So I think the whole notion of inclusivity, diversity, and also really up-to-date use with data that we're really not aware of at this stage in time. Because with creativity or with fashion, we're always very limited, you know. We always have to do these compromises as creative in virtual spaces, in the way digital fashion is consumed and shared and everything. So I think it's very, very, we're going to see a huge leap in technology. developments. Oli and Dirk, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I completely agree with the opinion of Juliana, of course. And I'm seeing still a lot of greenwashing in the field, even from renowned brands. So I think we have still to do a lot of education, and technology is only an enabler to help succeed, let me say, with digital product passports to have a better future, but not only in Europe, because we have to be aware that the most waste comes from here and not from, let me say, from Africa. So I like a lot what Takana was saying for the tailors. We say the whole space is getting democratized. So even small tailors like in Africa, they have the chance to build something meaningful. And I think we have to really believe for a better world and even not think that we are the main point of the world. So I think it's a little bit like a metaphor that we are one world and we are the change, not we all together, because it's not too late, but it's the beginning. You know, even with Shopify, we believe that only with partnerships, with the tech behind and with other partners, we can shape the future together. Like with some of the people who are on the panel now, right now.
Yes, I love that. It's about progress, not perfection, right?
Yeah, actually, it's you still don't know where we are going. There's still a lot of education to do, and right now there was even the compliance topics. Takani, where you're working for. It's still even like a big bubble, like Web3, even even real product part for sustainability is a buzzword, but we have to work on that, all together.
I think we have to be aware that we're all in a bubble somehow. So we're still not in a really niche community, and we're really not part of the mainstream yet. And I agree with Dirk as well on the whole topic of education. We really have to learn how to work in teams. You really have to work how to start a project where you maybe don't know the outcome and things like that, and you need certain skill sets to be able to cope with that. And I think that's really something that should really be introduced in education systems as well.
Yeah, totally. I feel like the puzzle slowly getting together. Talking about education, because we have a brand new generation coming up. They are really self-aware, self-informed, and then that can be the future, our target audience, and then the mass adoption will finally come because of this generation, and it's Generation Z. So Florian, can you talk about a little bit about what's their, behavior, like everything?
Sure. So I think what's interesting is because in this discussion we had a lot about what's happening in the background, in the supply chain, and maybe also on the technology part. But what's very important is also what's happening on the front end, what's happening in the channels to the customer. And there we see a big change, the biggest change in generations that we have, because Generation Z is the first really digital native generation. They only know a world with internet, and it goes so far that a university in the US found out that their digital identity is more important to them than their real world identity. So if they can choose, is my Instagram cooler or how I'm seen in the classroom, they would always choose the Instagram. And so this is the point also why we are talking about this now here in Fashion Metaverse conference, because the brands have to adapt to these new requirements. And for me, this is also the bridge why our technology that we are developing in this bubble will find its place in the real world, because these young people are really requesting it. And for me, I'm like Juliana, a data-driven person. So everything I will recommend to my clients needs to make an ROI in the end, and that's where it all comes together. So loyalty itself will change in the future, and this is the biggest thing for me. For Gen Z, doesn't need to be transaction-based anymore, but emotion-based. So if you send out coupon codes, 10% or 10 euros or whatever, nobody will read these emails. But if you create emotion and experiences that will make these people connect to a brand, then you will get a very high CLV out of it, which is the really baseline for growth these days. So we all know times are tough, especially in the e-commerce and especially in fashion, because you already mentioned supply chain costs are going up. So we need, for example, to reduce the back sending. So if you return stuff, the returns, and we all know loyal customers have a much lower rate of returns, for example. And these are the points we need to address, and therefore technologies like these will help us a lot. And if it's only AR technology to fit the garment at home.
Yeah, Tomo, do you want to add down some points?
Yeah, sure. I love the 2 points, and that's what we're standing as for what Florian just mentioned regarding creating emotions and experience. Right? It really, at the end, it doesn't really matter what kind of product it is. I mean, you can look into, if you're driving a Ferrari, just as an example. I mean, it is as well about emotions and experience. Right? At the end, it's a car. Getting a car, and I think it's almost similar if you look into the fashion industry or any other industry. So the intersection of sustainability, coming back to this point and the generation, so the intersection of sustainability, the digital innovations, and as well the fashion, they hold as well the boundless potential. And when we are viewing from the perspective of Gen Z, right? So there is a demographic deeply invested in both environmental responsibility, which I mentioned before, and now comes the digital fluency. And I'm looking ahead in the next steps for the industry. This as well involves harnessing this potential, which we have, to foster as well a more sustainable and inclusive digital fashion ecosystem. And again, looking from the Latin American perspective, and especially from Colombia. So this means that leveraging the local insights and the biodiversity, it is important, and it gives us well the opportunity to inspire the global solutions, right? So it entails fostering collaboration that blend as well traditional craftsmanship with digital innovation, and thereby creating unique, sustainable fashion narratives that resonate worldwide. So this is like mapped with emotions and experiences, but as well we are creating. And additionally, Dirk as well mentioned this, and Juliane, prioritizing the education and as well the access to technology. This will empower as well local communities and as well ensuring their voices and visions to contribute to shaping the global digital fashion landscape. And one more sentence maybe on that one. So as we go further this path, and we are in the same boat, right? So we don't know where the journey goes on one side, on the other side we're very sure what we're doing, which is wonderful. Well, too important to remain vigilant. So ensuring that sustainability and inclusivity, that they are not just like buzzwords, but as well foundational principles guiding this evolution of digital fashion.
I'd love to just add a small word there, if that's okay, because on Thomas' point about local and as well about inclusivity, I think it's really important in these talks about sustainability, and something we haven't really touched on very much is the people who are actually sewing our clothes, the sustainability on the social aspect. We've talked about environmental aspect, we've talked about how digital with production costs, with sampling, in terms of e-commerce, cutting down on returns, and on transportation because of loyalty and adding that loyalty aspect. But I think it's really, really important that we also talk about that inclusivity and about representing really the global south and including them also in these digital processes, which is something which can definitely be achieved with a decentralized system and an ecosystem. Juliana, I think you wanted to make a point.
Yes, thank you, Takane. Just one more thing. I think inclusivity is very important and not just regional. I think it's really important to look at transgenerational as well. Because we always focus on this young generation. And I can just tell you, in my education work, I have loads of students who are in their early 20s, and none of them was in virtual spaces yet, unless they're gamers. So, and also, what are we doing with people who are non-digital natives? I mean, like people, everyone is overlooking the generation X, for example, and things like that. How can we onboard more people? Because if these new systems are only built by people who are 20 years onwards, you know, that's not really inclusive and representative of society. And it's about access and it's about community. And I think the more diverse, the better. So not just regional, but also transgenerational. I think it's really important.
That's a great point. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really love this panel because we have a lot of knowledge from years and years of experience in traditional fashion. And then we have like new generation point of view. We have like global to local from Takema and Tomo. Both. So that is why I love this panel so much. And I wish whoever stayed until now with us, follow everybody's on social, and then we will happy to hear from you. So thank you, Fashion Metaverse Conference, and I think that's all.
Thank you very much.
for having us.
I appreciate everyone taking the time. Large
Thank
panel,
you.
and I appreciate it.
Should we just hop out?
Yeah, feel free to.
Or okay.
Or you can cut your video if you want to stay on. We can move you to the waiting room. Thank you. That was a very informative and a very exhaustive panel. We've covered a lot of topics, both in digital, the future, and sustainability. We're moving on to the next panel with Adriana, Svetlana, and Amina. I believe we have Svetlana on the call. Svetlana is a cross-industry creative strategist, and she's received recognition for her work. And she's spoken in Italian, NFC Lisbon, the Marangani Institute, and she's worked with fashion brands like About You, Luisa Via Roma, Woolrich, and Group of Florence. She's also joined by Adriana and Amina. Are the other panelists here as well?
Yes, we're here.
Right.
Hello. Yes, yes,
you hear
yes.
me?
Shall we hear?
Sure.
Can you hear us? Is it okay?
Very good.
Yeah, you hear us well?
Yes, very good.
Okay. Okay. Perfect.
So maybe ladies and who will be on the panel take a close more to the stage that we will understand who is talking. And guys, don't forget to follow each other. You send a request, and by this you can find the social panelists as well, and all social behind Fashion Metaverse conference. Thank you.
Here we are. Adriana.
They're speaking directly from special. Okay.
Yes. So, would you like to go ahead and present us, or would you prefer us presenting ourselves? Because previously there was a moderator. I'm not sure if the moderator is going to remain with us.
Yeah, actually, moderator, we are trying to bridging Zoom plus be here and still the figure out. And we have a moderator who in the Zoom, but I understand this will be a sessions here. Maybe Zola, you would like to give a small introduction for this beautiful and supernova fashionistas, or we can go easy and make our life easy if you introduce yourself. I'm sorry if I'm ask you so much.
worries. Yeah,
Yes,
sure.
so
Who was speaking previously? Isela, was it you? If you want, go ahead.
So yeah, sorry for that. A little bit like technical issue before. So we are really happy to having all of you amazing people here. So from the next panel, we are going to have the topic about the exploring the fashion of digital, exploring the fusion of digital fashion and AI. So here we can see all of our amazing ladies, beautiful girls are here. So Svetlana, Andrea, and Amina. So please go ahead on the stage and yes, please or unmute yourself to talk in the panel. So I leave the time for you ladies. So yeah.
I haven't used Spatial, I think, in maybe months. I forgot completely everything. So how to move, how to say hello. Yeah. Well, anyway, I think the best will be if we introduce very shortly ourselves. Yeah, and I'm Svetlana. I work with fashion and Web3. I merge Web2 and Web3 worlds together, and I try to help startups to work more with fashion brands, and I try to help fashion brands to work and adopt more sustainable technological solutions. So it's pretty interesting. What I do on a daily basis, and I honestly admire my life because I also met these beautiful ladies just because of my job, and I met all my friends, and I see so many friends in the audience as well. So just because of the Web3, and I'm really happy that it united all of us. Adriana, would you like to introduce yourself next?
Yes, thank you so much. And there's a lot of things I agree with you, Lana. It's a huge privilege to be here today and also to know many of you, obviously being part of this community and building something really that's changing the game of fashion. So my name is Adriana. I'm a fashion artist and creative director. I've been in the industry for over 10 years in traditional fashion, and I discovered digital fashion around 2 years ago and was a huge game changer in my life. And currently I am very much interested as well also in Phygital application to onboarding the brands and building their, expanding their identity also in digital, more sustainable ways of creativity and branding. And as I say that, I also moved a lot into AI as an artist and creative storyteller. And I'm also very interested in how we can use AI in the creative direction for various brands. And yeah, as I say that, I still also work as a fashion illustrator in traditional sense of it. But recently I did as a fashion, Future Plus ambassador a collaboration, which was also implementing new tech into traditional experience. So this is something that I'm very interested in generally, like bridging something traditional with the new tech and the future of presentation within fashion and luxury brands.
Okay, and last but not least, hello everyone, it's Amina. Yeah, can you hear me? Hopefully. Hello?
We cannot see our fan names, but I don't know where did they go, but it's okay. Amina, go ahead. Everybody knows you're Amina.
Yeah, I'm right next to Ilana, but anyway. Hi, I'm Amina. I am a digital fashion designer and a creative director at Crown Studio, which is a digital native brand. I've been in the space more or less around the same time as the ladies, just around about when the NFT boom was happening. I got into the whole thing and started to apply it into fashion and skins for avatars and things like that. So that's how I am here today. I am currently exploring different mixed reality tools and looking at how we can bridge fantasy and reality together in the world of fashion. So I'm very excited to be here, very grateful to be able to talk to all of you with my great friends, and I'm excited to get into it, honestly.
I think we could start. If you give me a second, I will share I will start with the presentations. It's just a little bit complex to control spatial and zoom at the same time.
Feel free to ask help. We can help with this. We are super not judgment communities here. And if you have
yes.
things to are sharing, just to ask. It's
I'm not
supposed
sure.
to be.
Could you just help me to understand if you can see the screen I'm sharing on Zoom or not?
We are not see Zoom, but actually.
Really? Here I can see the screen you are sharing.
Maybe update the streaming inside the spaces. So just to stop and stream Zoom again.
Share it again.
Using spatial and Zoom and all of these softwares, but still there are the issues. Oh yeah, I think you can. Yeah, I see.
We are close. Take your time. Web3, you know, great idea, but nothing done.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we can try to speed up a little bit so we don't exceed with the timing, and we try to bring the most important information forward. Okay, so actually here, this is the introduction image, which we have made previously with Honey, and we kind of tried to use AI to propose different solutions for a fashion brand, where we try to leverage different like textile materials and try to use the creativity of AI, because I didn't guide it directly for the materials exactly, but we just try to play with it and give it more freedom and see with what it can come up. But in any way, it's just the preview, and I simply wanted to introduce the topic, because today we are going to speak about AI in fashion from business perspective, then from creative perspective, and then how AI can help fashion brands to actually survive, to be more productive, to be more creative, to be more innovative, and then how AI can actually help digital fashion brands as well. So here I am. I'm gonna start this conversation and this topic. So at first, obviously, I wanted to tell you how actually AI can be used in personalized marketing, and I think it's one of the broadest examples of AI currently. Like, you all have Netflix, and you know how Netflix suggests you different TV series or different movies according to your preferences, and the same goes for fashion brands. There were so many different collaborations in the past, for example, between Casabella and Albert, where Albert tried to help the brand to identify user behaviors and different patterns across paid search and social media, analyze them to produce insights and suggestions for, of course, for optimal performance and scalability. I think, yeah, this is just one of the examples, but like basically 70-80% of the brands are using AI currently, especially for marketing needs. Then we are going to move to the chatbots, and honestly, this is one of my Yeah, one of my favorite ways of AI in for fashion brands, because of course chatbots can be very different. It can be a simple chatbot who can provide you like with a simple answers for different questions about the brand, and it can be the chatbot who can provide you a lot of different personalized recommendations, styling suggestions, or even act as your assistant. For example, the recent collaboration between Victoria's Secret and Google Cloud AI, where they implemented the chatbot assistant on the website, where you can chat and ask different questions and send even pictures and different things. Actually, it's not pretty normal that you can send pictures to the chatbot, and I really admire how Google Cloud is trying to to be ahead of the game where you can do so. Then this is one of my favorite examples in the entire universe. This is the collaboration between Sense and ChatGPT, where you could just ask like, I want this kind of hoodie under this price in this color palette and blah blah blah, you know, and then it gives you different examples. So I think it's one of the coolest examples right now, and I'm not sure if it is functioning in this period, because I tried checking it, but last year it was still functioning. So then of course we are moving to merchandising and product development, where you can convert sketches, mood boards, and different descriptions into high quality designs. So here I wanted to give you different examples about which you most likely aware. One of the greatest collaborations, I think it's in history, was between Revolved and AI Fashion Week, where several artists won the competition, and Revolve produced their physical collections, and I tried to find the designers and their physical representations in the collections, and honestly it is mesmerizing. I'm gonna show the other artist. Wow, I think this is incredible, because I wanted to order this blazer, and the last one, which is my favorite, it's incredibly beautiful. So yeah, I think you understood it. On the left it's the AI design, and on the right it is a physical design. Then of course marketing campaigns that are produced by AI, and there were so many different use cases, but I tried to sum up and came up with several favorite ones. Vogue Italia and Bella Hadid, where Bella Hadid is real and all the rest is made in AI, and it's I love the way AI picked up the color palette and try to give the same mood. So wow, this is one of my favorite examples. Very beautiful. Then Casablanca, they did an AI marketing campaign. I think it was last year, in the beginning of the last year, the summer collection. And honestly, if you know Casablanca as a brand, these AI campaigns, they literally transmit the brand identity, especially the humans, like the avatars they picked up. It's just incredible. And Anna Kiki, she has participated in the Milan Fashion Week. However, this time not with the online, just with the online show, where all the designs were made in AI, and they just ran the show like this, and it was live streamed on Vogue, if I'm not wrong. So it's pretty impressive to see how different brands, instead of running a physical show during fashion weeks, important fashion weeks, they just stream AI campaigns. I think it's a very particular example. Oh, Heinz ketchup, guys, this is you have to watch it if you didn't see. I have prepared the video for you. Super interesting, because since we speak about fashion, I think this example is pretty disruptive, because it's not related to fashion, but it's a perfect example on how you can use AI for different marketing campaigns.
we don't have audio inside of Facebook?
Yeah, it's not a problem because it's just the music. So yeah, as you can see, they just asked DALE2, sorry, to to represent the ketchup and how looks the ketchup, and DALE showed that it's Heinz in all the different and possible ways. So they just run a campaign using this AI. So it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting to see how you can. Yeah, you were saying something?
No, I mean, it's pretty impressed how is like on daily basis in marketing implementing already AI, and how is AI can be a play with our imagination, make it really great quality advertising, you know, commercials.
Yeah, and you can save a lot of costs. So we can get back to all of this information at the end when we will have an open discussion. But just I wanted to share as many examples as I could find in this short time, because AI, of course, is an enormously big topic, especially for fashion, because fashion is like one of the biggest industries, and here you can use AI for basically everything. And me, honestly, together with my clients and by myself, I use AI on a daily basis, different softwares, and they're just like increasing. The amount of softwares is just growing incredibly, and they're more and more useful. So now we are moving to Adriana. And Adriana, you can unmute yourself and go ahead with your presentation.
Right. Hi, everyone. So Lana is kindly operating my PDF, obviously, so I will ask her to move to the next slide so whenever I need to. So I wanted to share with you my AI curated, sort of like focused on digital fashion portfolio. And just funny enough, I just want to say that because I've been using my artistic name as Adriana Illustration for years. And it's really funny how I realized that this is literally a shortcut for AI. So this is kind of like my second identity right now, which is like so on brand with obviously what we're discussing today. And this is like the shortened, basically this AI. Excuse me?
Crazy. Yeah, I just say that I never thought about it. It's so crazy.
Yeah, so that's why it's an opportunity for me to share that story quickly. So that's why it's like literally a shortened version of my original logo, which is Adriana, and this is just AI, which is literally just like a second, again, new identity parallel to what I've been doing obviously for a decade. And I think my mission statement almost also is like, as a creative working in fashion and beauty and luxury industries, to showcase that there's, I don't think there's a competition between traditional and digital realms, because I've worked as a fashion illustrator very traditionally. You know, I still create illustrations from a perspective of like, you know, like just working on paper even, you know, and that doesn't stop me from exploring new media. And obviously, I think it's so important to keep update with the technology and what's happening. But I think also, as I said, I don't think one is threatening the other. So I think this is kind of the snapshot of my identity as an AI artist. So if we move to the next slide, it's this is actually was a sort of like a big momentum for me as a kind of sign as well, even I would say as a creative. I had my work exhibited on Times Square last year. It was a competition won for fashion AI images, and there was like one of the 7 artists selected. So it kind of like also for me was one of the, you know, like momentum what we realized that, yeah, this is something I want to continue growing and just also do as an artist and explore AI. And the next slide is something that, if you move to the next slide, this is actually something I've had featured last year at a Future Plus event, the first one in New York City. at Samsung, and I think a few of us were already there involved. And that was a sort of like a soft launch of my Phygital jewelry brand I still work on, and it is actually has been created all imagery with AI, and also the collection itself. There's a concept I'm actually working on which does involve AI a lot in the physical aspect itself, not just about designing the actual jewelry, but I want to make sure that this is in the nature of the sustainability of fashion, and that's what digital fashion allows us, is obviously is to create items that don't create unnecessary production, and AI is going to be a part of it, making it happen basically, where you don't need to create and buy new unnecessary products. It's the AI, it's going to help you recreate new identity. So this is just like a quick nutshell, something I'm still working on, obviously. And just worth mentioning as well, I forgot to say that earlier, I also consult with Uniquely. This is a company that specializes in digital implementation into bridging physical and digital products. And obviously this is all powered up by their technology. So the next slide is something I'm really actually proud of. That was my first official AI campaign I've done for a beauty brand I've worked with for many years as a designer and art director. And so basically the founder wanted to have something exciting and new for her launch at Selfridges in London. If you don't know, Selfridges is one of the key luxury stores in London. And she was launching her brand there. And this is exactly where AI, I think, was such a huge impact in creative process, like Lana was showcasing as well, with other brands already implementing AI with, different brands like Casablanca. And for me, it was interesting because basically it was the first time I directed a campaign implementing physical production, which is obviously the shots of the cosmetics itself, the packaging, but everything around it is AI. So for me, it was just like a huge, obviously, advantage for a smaller niche brand where there isn't maybe necessarily a huge budget for extra visual effects. If we're talking about the liquids here, like really like that would be really expensive or very like time consuming to achieve this final visuals. But this was just like literally just shooting the product and implementing AI next to it. So that was something that was showcased at Selfridges. And obviously the visual on the left is AI campaign from scratch to like completely done with AI. So obviously this is like a tricky obviously process because you need to make sure that the copyright is something to bear in mind, and you have to be careful as an artist to how do you use AI, because there are ways around it. But obviously this is a perfect example where as long as there's an element that is realistic and uses the actual IP, which in this case is the packaging, that's how you can get away with it. So I think that's like it's something interesting to just explore. And also I've been talking to other beauty brands that are interested in this, and it's something that is a challenge, but at the same time I think it's an amazing thing that can be overcome if you were careful with like obviously the copyrights. So the next slide is something, again, speaking of like the copyrights, this is a campaign I'm working for. It's a new brand that's gonna be obviously launched in Miami. The client is ex-athlete, maybe you know her. It's actually called Lisa Carmen from Bad Bitch Empire, and she's launching also like a lifestyle brand around her concept, which is obviously empowering women in business and helping them get finances. By the way, very inspiring figure I've been really privileged to work with. And I also offered her an idea of like, okay, we don't have to do a whole photo shoot, which would obviously be very pricey. And this was just, again, my concept of like using AI as a sort of like a realistic photo shoot, and how I also got away with it because it's basically using her personal image in this. So her face is part of the campaign. And the next slide is just like continuation of one of the examples, basically part of the storytelling for her branding as well. So I think it's, again, like there's some things that you need to be careful when you're using AI, but still, like I love working with it because it's just like, unlimited possibilities. And me as a, like an artist and creative director, it's wonderful to create ideas alongside with AI. And as many probably you have already tried it as well, it's not as easy as it seems. Actually, it takes a lot of patience and creativity to come up with concepts, because I think, again, you need to still have an idea what you want to present. It's not just like, oh, AI does the whole storytelling for you. And I'm sure that anyone, again, like who's the designer or creative director can agree with this. So the next slide is another campaign I did for another, like actually a coach that I work with, who's a fashion coach and also like a how do you say, manifesting sort of a coach. She has this own program that's also going to be launched in a couple of months, and she did these like archetypes of tarot, but in like a very fashionable editorial way, which was obviously inspired by Vogue. And the next slide is again something I done for a competition with the Hugs and L'Oreal. Again, it was just like one of the selections that was for just implementing beauty in tech, and I think that's another interesting concept that's gonna evolve. And then the final, I think, slide is important. We're going within the next slide, Lana. Yeah, this is actually just something I want to finish off with, because this is the next big project I'm working on currently. It's a music video for my campaign and for my song. I have basically kept in a little bit of background my music side of it, things, but this is a new single I want to release this year, and I wanted to, again, just showcase as an artist how we can implement AI into storytelling and cutting a lot of budgets. And I'm going to NFT NYC. If anyone is coming with there, please connect with me. I'm actually giving out, selling the merch that's supporting this production, and I would love to talk with you more about this. On Friday next week, there's an event at the G Gallery in New York where I'm actually doing a showcase with a couple of other amazing AI female artists. And yeah, let's connect, obviously. So thank you so much.
Representing other amazing resources for AI, and thank you for sharing your experience. The next one is going to be Amina. Just in a second, I'm going to share the screen.
All right, thanks everyone for being so patient. I know it's probably a lot. A lot of people talking, but I'm trying to make this quick because we're running a little bit behind on time. But just as a quick summary again of who I am a creative director at Crown Studio, digital fashion brand that integrates essentially elements of fantasy and reality in today's digital world. So what I'm going to do today, and thanks Lana for the timing of the slides, is break down the process a digital designer, specifically in fashion, but I'd say in many across different disciplines, that would basically go through a process of creating a garment or any design essentially, right? And that process for many designers looks like ideation, scripting, prototyping, and execution. And we'll look at different ways different creators have been using basically AI to make this happen. So here is one example of a mood board that, as you can see, technically looks like a regular mood board. All the colors, all the sketches are pretty much similar to how you would have it if you're planning a physical collection even. But if you pay close attention, you'll see that some of these images over here look like photoshoot samples that you probably would have found on Pinterest, but they're actually real generated AI images. And here you can see that the artist
Sorry. Excuse me. Can you reshare your screen, please? We lost it.
Lana? Lana's the one doing the screen. So.
Great, thank you.
Give me a second.
I can adjust it, don't worry. Let me
All right, please continue. Okay. So if we just go back, Lana, for a sec. So this was the mood board I was showing. As you can see, the structures, the designs, you know, all of it looks like a natural photo shoot, but when you see it, it actually is able to be transformed into a physical garment. And on the second mood board over here, you see that she's actually making them come to life, which I think is a seamless and beautiful way to kind of get AI started with the mood board, which a lot of people already mentioned, but, you know, that's one of the ways we can work with it. The next slide is going to show you an example of Lana. Yep. The next slide is essentially an example of what scripting, essentially what I call scripting, is a brain vomit. It is literally during the first points of ideation, you've got so much research, you've got so much inspiration and different elements that you find interesting. You just kind of note all of it down and you're thinking, okay, how can I make this come to life? So this is how the scripting looked like before. It was just literally random information that you would put in and connect them to different concepts and hopefully formulate them into different ideas. And then if we press the next slide, we'll see a Figma page, which probably is an element that you use in your workflow today. But what's interesting about this and how AI is using this is that, for example, this was an experiment I did for a class of students that we were working with, and I asked them all to make essentially a mind map with topics only suggested by AI. So you see the highlighted colors here, the green, the pink, the blues, and everything. All of them are topics that were essentially made or suggested by AI. So here you can see that not only are you integrating your own elements, right, of your own imagination and thoughts, but you're also using inspiration that AI gives you, which, by the way, ChatGPT is a very powerful tool for creative ideas and especially storytelling. So just keep that in mind. So the next slide will show you prototyping. So this is Clo3D, to those that are not familiar with it. And it is a fantastic tool to make digital fashion, of course. But here you see that it is a sample of a fabric print. And how it worked is that basically I generated a few different images on DALL-E, and stripped down those images, went into Photoshop, played around with the effects, and then merged them all together in different textures and different gradations into this looking sort of print. So you can see it looks very almost rudimentary, but when you actually look into it in detail, you'll see that most of it is very structured and similar to what an AI would essentially produce. So the next slide will show you some more prototyping, which is something people are more familiar with, but I wanted to bring in Midjourney into this because although it is a more expensive AI tool, I feel like it gives you a more of a range of unique imagery that you can get on one specific scene. So this was actually a setting I was generating for one of our looks to put into essentially a digital studio, right? And as you can see, the avatars over there in the center, it was more of a kind of structural conceptual piece. And you know, we were thinking, okay, well, if we have this built environment, right, how can we essentially work off of it, and how can we maybe even potentially animate it, right? So it was very useful to kind of see all this different, you know, variations of the images, and then also how we can integrate that into our environment and to a studio look for our digital garment. So the next slide will show you the execution of this idea.
Sorry to disturb you. So we have other guests are waiting. So can you just show?
Yeah, I'm almost done.
Thank you for
okay, I'm almost done. Okay, so I see here that the images unfortunately are not working, but which is a shame. But if I'll put the link down below for anyone who wants to access it to check it out. But it's wonderful images that essentially have the avatar that I just showed moving across the environment and making it look like a real environment that you had a film shot in. So the next slide is just just a mark that I want to that I want to show of a brand, a physical brand that I really like. It's called Borderline Official, where they use AI to essentially create this whole hoodie that you see here. It looks very simple, but in shape and form, it is very complex. And to get it to structure and to get it to look like that, they've worked a lot on it. Please do check them out as well. A fantastic brand that took AI design and made it come to physical. Borderline Official. And then the last slide is just a note that I wanted to mention is that remember that AI uses data, reuses data that already exists. There are a lot of conversations that come up with that, whether the data that is created or the products that are created are essentially new or not. But then on the next slide, I will want to leave you guys off this panel with a question to ponder, which is, what is the difference between human and AI imagination process? If we're using the same thinking process as other artists, which is essentially looking at references and getting inspiration, aren't we essentially doing what AI is doing, which is looking at data and forming our own variations of it? So this is the final note, and thank you very much for being patient, and apologies for going over time, but I will send you the link, guys. Thank you very much.
That was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the amazing presentation and all the amazing ladies. If you like them, please follow. So now we are going to, for the next fireside topic with David and Jenny. So let's welcome them to the screen, and also here in the special, you can see them.
Hey, good morning. I think. Sorry, we are in the blockchain, but stuck in the blockchain sometimes. Give us a moment.
Okay, for timing purposes, let's do Zoom audio if that's okay, because I don't.
Wait, do I hear double audio or is it just me?
No, we are good. We are hear you clearly, and it delayed, but it's okay. Go ahead. Thank you guys for waiting.
All right, should we use audio on Zoom? Okay.
On Zoom or a special?
All right. There we go. Hear each other. Now we can see and hear each other. Fabulous. How are you, Jenny? Nice to see you.
I'm getting an echo. Sorry. It's just...
Maybe turn off your spatial audio.
You know what? I'm going to feed the other way. Sorry about that, everyone. Technical difficulties. David, you can hear me, right?
We hear you good. I don't know, like it maybe something is happening on your side. Maybe you need to mute some channels.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. I can't hear you. My spatial audio is not working.
Okay, you hear both of us.
We hear you, yes. We hear you in spatial.
Wait, David said he can't hear me.
Spatial is good.
Oh, you hear me in spatial. Okay. But David says his spatial audio is not working.
Sure. Yes, we hear you well.
Sorry, you know what? Just real quick, just make this easy. I'm just gonna feed through Zoom then, just so I can.
That would be fabulous. That would be fabulous. Oh. That would be fabulous.
All right, I just like Zoom right now. Okay, David.
Can you hear me?
I think everyone can hear us. If you can hear us, please give us a heart or a thumbs up.
I know we're running a little bit over. We don't have much time. I think we have maybe, how much time do we have left?
We'll say 20 minutes. Let's do 20 minutes.
I mean, okay. Although David and I can take a long time to talk about many topics. And first of all, thank you, Fashion Metaverse Conference Isola, for having us. I think it's always a pleasure to be with other people from the industry, hear everyone to share about their insights and see their work, which is always very inspiring. And of course, David is very renowned in the industry. So maybe we can just do a quick intro, of ourselves, and then we can get into the topic, David.
Fabulous. Sounds great. You want me to go first? I mean, also, you're quite the figure in digital fashion. I feel like we're in good company, and I'm always happy to have a conversation with you. So when I found out it was a chat with you, it was an obvious yes for me. But yeah, hi, everybody. A lot of familiar faces in spatial at the moment, because I still can see you in spatial, even if my audio doesn't work there. I am the founder and managing director of Cash Labs. Vogue was so kind to call us the leading force bringing Web3 to market. I founded Cash Labs a little under 3 years ago, and in that time, we've worked with over 250 different clients, from startups entering the space, helping them speak about the work that they're doing, contextualize the work that they're doing, all the way through to some of the largest companies in the world, helping them go through the process of slash innovation, slash whatever you want to call it, but essentially, for the most part, integrating Web3 technology deeply into the fabric of, again, some of the largest companies in the world. And yeah, my background is originally in production. Before that, I was an actor in the entertainment industry, and all of that kind of took us. In 2019, I minted my first NFT, and in 2020, I wrote a master's thesis on NFTs and released that into the internet, and that's when I started Cash Labs. So that's the long and short of it. I do a bunch more things, but I'll leave it at that, and I'll pass it over to Jamie, who's also a fabulous fashion pioneer. Oh, and I also was the founder of the first Metaverse Fashion Week as well in the section. So mention that for context.
Yeah, I feel like David has a long list of accomplishments that can go on forever, and he's definitely very larger than life, not just his height, but also his outfit. So if you ever see him IRL, make sure to go up and say hello. My name is Shani. You do like an outfit. I've seen them too. My name is Shani Park. I come from the Web2 fashion and beauty industry, so everything from working for retailers and brands, both in fashion and beauty, from marketing, social media, PR, retail ops, general management, merchandising, have kind of worked on the brand side as well as the retailer side. Jump started into Web3, honestly, came in as an investor, quickly started making content because I wanted to see more people of diversity and also more women and non-binary in this space. And yeah, that kind of spiraled into hosting spaces, having a show on Rug Radio, and then I was looking for a digital fashion house as head of marketing and growth and PR in Web3. As you know, startups, then you have a bigger role than what you signed up for. And then I've just been taking a break for a little bit and have delved back into building the Digital Runway, which is a media brand. It's a newsletter blog, just having people to stay in the know when it comes to marketing, business, and what brands are doing. I also create content off of an account called Jumpstart Danny, which is on all the different social media, as well as consult with brands, as well as artists in terms of leveraging tech, as well as figuring out their business strategy. So on that note, we will probably go on to the topic, which we want to talk about, the fashion ecosystem and connectivity in digital fashion. And there's a lot to talk about, but we're gonna literally condense everything into 20 minutes, and David and I are just kind of ping pong our thoughts and insights, how we wear, like what is digital fashion, how we wear it, how we shop, and then getting into a future forecast. So yeah, David, let's talk about what is digital fashion to you. And there's obviously so many nuances and so many things to get into, but I guess just top line, what does it mean to you?
Yeah, and I mean, I love thinking about this question specifically, I think, with this type of group of people. We all live and breathe this industry. Most people in this room either create or interact with digital assets, digital fashion on a day-to-day basis. I think just in terms of like a reset around how we think about the space, from my perspective, is I think a lot of us inherently think of digital fashion as Web3, like in and of itself. And I kind of want to separate the two notions for people as much as possible. I mean, it's a little bit difficult to do when we're in a space like spatial right now. My avatar is wearing this Hugo Boss suit that I own as an NFT. Like, you know, I logged into spatial using my MetaMask. So it's a little bit difficult to separate these two worlds sometimes for us. But when we really think about the ways that normal everyday people, the people outside of our little bubble, are interacting with digital fashion on a daily basis, it's totally different. And again, many of us do interact with digital fashion in the same ways. But when we think about the numbers, you know, over 3 billion people every day are playing a video game. And anybody who's playing a video game is interacting with digital fashion because their clothes, their character wearing something other than this one video game that my partner plays, which I won't talk about. But, you know, they're wearing clothes, these video games. And it's an experience, you know, they're picking their wardrobe, they're making fashion choices. If they're a Viking or if they're an orc or if they're, it doesn't matter, you know, they are wearing digital fashion. And then on the flip side, you know, a slightly smaller percentage of the world, but still a very large percentage, 1.48 billion people every day are interacting with AR filters just on Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok alone. So just between those two numbers, we're already looking at over 50% of the world's population interacting with digital fashion every day. We're just not calling those use cases digital fashion in their traditional terms. Some of us are. If you're a game designer or a game developer, yeah, you're considering that digital fashion. But for many of us who came up in the Web3 space or the NFT space, we still kind of differentiate the Web2 and the Web3 camp. So a big thing that I'm really passionate about right now is blending these worlds. And, you know, a lot of brands are already hopping on this intermediary trend, Web 2.5 or call it whatever you will, where they're creating, you know, Web3 integrations of digital fashion products that are seamless. But I see a lot more of that coming now and in the immediate future. And I really do encourage people to really start considering the entire gambit of digital fashion, the ways we consume digital fashion, from digital twins of physical items all the way through to completely digitally native video game skins, and really just consider all of these under the umbrella of digital fashion, because then it really becomes an industry and not just a trend. Look at it that way. And how about you? What do you think when you think digital fashion, being the digital fashion pioneer that you are?
I mean, you know, I think we could riff off of each other probably for hours, and we have before, both IRL and online. But I always say, like, my spicy hot take on the situation is that everyone's in digital fashion, they just don't know about it. When we add digital or Web3 jargon to the mix, it scares, you know, people because it's something that they don't understand. So, you know, the point that you made on social media, we were talking about this yesterday as well, people are already using digital fashion through AR filters, beauty filters. They just don't call it that, it's a filter to them, but they're already leveraging tech to enhance their features. And, you know, there's AI involved as well with, you know, photo editing apps, but people aren't calling it that because it scares them. You think about AI. I read a study recently, and you know, they were saying that for consumers here that AI is used by a company, it's scared about, and they lose trust when it comes to a brand. But the fact of the matter is that this is the future, and for all of us, we need to get on board or get left behind. And I think to the point that you were mentioning earlier, you know, this whole idea of an ecosystem is not a this or that, it's a this and that conversation. So fashion should be physical plus digital. It's not, you know, just physical fashion or digital fashion. Fashion, at some point, I think that it would just be called fashion, and digital will be part of the mix. Same thing like with shopping and e-commerce. We don't merely just talk about like, oh, okay, we're going to go shopping. We're going to go to the physical
And also, you
store.
don't make the distinction, I'm going e-commerce shopping. You got maybe say I'm online shopping, but still in your mind, I'm just shopping. It's
Exactly.
an experience. Totally.
And just the last thing that I want to say is recently Zendaya, and I'm obsessed with all of her looks for Dune 2. I love that movie. I have a nerdy side. I kind of hide it, but I'm a closet nerd, geek, whatever. And her outfits are amazing. And she wore this Thierry Mugler piece, which is straight up like a robot. And I think for the general public and for the Web 2 or traditional fashion world, if we like to call it, they think of that as tech. It's not NFC chip. There's no QR codes that will
It's just metal.
Exactly. But to them, that's what it looks like. And I think that that's a step in the right direction for people who are not as involved with tech. Because again, there's a learning curve, there's an appetite curve, and whether or not they're ready to really embrace having technology. But then you also have wearable tech, and we're going to get into that conversation. So I think it's a good segue to talk about how do we wear fashion. So I mean, there's so many different topics that I think David and we wanted to cover and we don't have that much time, but we'll let you like kind of pick and choose, like gaming, AR, XR, MR. Obviously, there's Phygital, there's wearable tech. There's a lot of conversation going around Apple Vision Pro. David and I were talking about this yesterday and our thoughts on that. So what's the spiciest one you want to talk about, David?
I mean, I love the tie-in that you just mentioned with Zendaya and like the physical aspects. I think we can chat about Apple Vision Pro with this. I think like the semantics and the aesthetics around futuristic fashion or fashion of the future are immediately kind of brought up anytime we think of digital fashion. Because for many of us, and I mean like anybody who didn't grow up with an iPhone, which I'm sure there might be some people in this room who did, but for anybody who didn't grow up quite literally like from a young age on a device, there still is this distinction between the digital world and the physical world, at least in our minds. And we still do think of digital, many of us, as futuristic. So I think there is that distinction that's made. So that's why, there's this whole trend right now, and I've seen a bunch of articles and things around like, the Apple Vision Pro is like the newest like hot accessory to show that you have money, just because it's a very expensive tech accessory and it's something you wear on your face. So it's very difficult to miss. But I would almost put that in the same category as the Zendaya suit, even though the Zendaya suit is maybe a little bit less practically useful in terms of the technology integrated or the lack thereof. But I think they're both kind of moving towards the same trend of physically displaying your interest in futuristic concepts, which I think is fabulous. But to the same extent, I think that a lot of this, like you're mentioning, is going to, like the verbiage is going to change, and a lot of words that we're using right now are going to phase out. To the same extent as we don't talk about our, like if I'm looking at a website on my computer, I'm not talking about JavaScript. I'm not talking about, the circuitry of my computer. Like I'm not talking about, where the information is being stored in the server. Like those are nitty-gritty technical details that necessarily need to be spoken about. Let's focus on the utility and the aesthetics of these devices. And that's actually why I really like the Apple Vision Pro as an example. We talked about this yesterday, but people will wear physical clothes for many reasons. I don't need to get into all of those semantics around, like, go to fashion school, they'll give you a lot of information of like a fetus evolving from the mother's placenta, and they'll give you a lot of interesting information, sure. Or watch a course on YouTube. But when we're thinking of digital fashion, like why wear digital fashion, there's so many use cases that are specific, but I would say beyond creating a use case and beyond like manufacturing a scenario where I'm wearing this to be more sustainable, do this, do that, let's think practically of the context when we're naturally going to be wearing these pieces. So, an AR filter at an event has become this normalized thing where you're going to take it. If there is a pop-up moment where you want to take a picture at an event, that can totally be an AR filter moment. So to the same extent, why are we not, encouraging people to be taking red carpet photos to the same extent? This one-time usage mentality. Let's think use case instead of solution, if that makes sense. Even though we're both kind of like saying the same thing by doing that. And then on the flip side, when we're thinking of these purely digital experiences, and why would somebody use an Apple Vision Pro to experience digital fashion? When we're coming out of the gaming world, it might be obvious because your character in that game is being, like, you're creating your character, and part of that is dressing that character. In real life, again, we're interacting with people, we have this physical aspect. But why, when we're thinking in the spatial environment, is this relevant? I think we have to think beyond what exists right now. Because as you and I have talked about before, Janie, I'm very much of the mindset of hypermodernity. We're in this era of rapid technological evolution where every day, every week, every month, things are changing tangibly. Like we're seeing things change in front of our eyes. To the extent that, a year ago, spatial computing was a conceptual idea. And yes, Microsoft HoloLens and other companies were doing things, but we didn't think about this at all on a consumer level. And then Apple made their announcement, Meta rolled out a headset, and then Apple rolled out a headset in that period of time, in the past year. That's absurd in terms of like technological evolution. So I think a lot of us still haven't fully wrapped our heads around this transition from a device-based internet to a spatial internet, which I've actually been talking about for a while. But I digress. I'm mentioning all this to say, I think we really have to think about the use cases of these intermediary devices, and I want to think about them in that capacity as of now. I don't think brands are going to roll out fashion experiences on a consumer level for the Vision Pro. They might for the Meta Quest, because there's a couple like 6 million, 6.2 million users maybe, but I don't think we're going to have consumer-facing, as in consumer at-home facing experiences coming out on the Vision Pro, unless those experiences are catered towards the elite. If you want to cater towards 200,000 of the highest net worth individuals in tech. Fabulous, you found your demo. But thinking beyond that, I think brands love sensational moments that can add to the value of a user experience. Brands are always trying to increase e-commerce retention, e-commerce sales. They're always trying to increase in-store retention, in-store sales. So by using an intermediary device like the Vision Pro, why can't brands take the spatial internet and bring it into a storefront where, yes, there are flagship stores where a brand may not need this, and they may already have 5 stories with every single product offering that brand has in the world. But many major consumer brands also have outlets and airport locations and small retail locations where they may only sell accessories or jewelry, etc. Having an Apple Vision Pro or a spatial computing experience actually allows brands to extend the e-commerce lifecycle, the in-person retail lifecycle, and the just full digital footprint of an item of something being created for that brand, and can create an entirely different user experience. So it's already thinking beyond, digital fashion within the realm of I'm wearing this on a video game character, or I'm wearing this as a filter, or I'm just wearing clothes, and starting to think about it as an experience, and thinking beyond the physical clothing itself and thinking about the environment that you're in, how you're interacting with your so anyway, I think that this is kind of where the conversation is going versus where it is right now. I think where it is right now is quite obvious, even though I think, like we've spoken about, considering that over 50% of the world is actively involved in this space tangibly. But again, I think if the definitions, it's a shift of perspectives, and I very much think that this blended reality is where we're going, where we are moving between the context of retail, e-commerce, social, in-game experience, immersive experience, much more seamlessly than we are right now. There's that TED Talk.
I love your TED Talks, and there's so many things I can comment on. First thing that came to mind was, when you responded about Zendaya and her archived Tira Mugler piece. Like, I'm curious to see now, because that's a one-of-a-kind, unique piece that's, she wore. I mean, who else will be able to wear it? I don't know. The brand is also going to be very protective about who they're going to dress in that afterwards because it's so iconic. But then how are the other diffusion brands of the world then going to take that and, make a simplified version go into production? Zara has a, less than 30-day turnaround time from idea to production and to store. So what will that look like? So that was one thing. And the second thing was, yes, the Apple Vision Pro so has been that $34.99 USD like flex when it comes to tech and fashion. But I mean, we talked about this yesterday as well. Basically, David and I had a separate conversation about all the things we're talking about today. But there's been a lot of news that a lot of people have given returns about the Apple Vision Pro. I'm not saying that I'm not pro Apple Vision Pro. I think it's a brilliant innovation. My question, or realistically speaking, is if I'm working with a brand or I work for a brand, is number one, there's 200,000 of those headsets. If you are working at a Meta or a Google or these competitors or even Apple themselves, because they're not going to have that many samples, it's very expensive. Many of those 100K headsets are going to competitors. And then you have design studios. And then you have people that you're actually seeding those items to, and then gifting it to influencers and content creators, and people who are creating content who actually want to create on it. And that brings me to the next point, which is how many people are actually shopping. And for brands that are building in spatial computing right now, what are their sales? And we haven't seen any of that data yet, but I think the fact of the matter is this is more of like a very future-focused innovation where brands who are building right now believe in the future when it comes to tech, when it relates back to fashion and retail, which is why they're building. I mean, this is like back in the day when, being on social media or e-commerce, people didn't want to do it. Again, this is going to become an and conversation versus like, oh, should we do this? But then again, I mean, David, you mentioned yesterday about the chip versus like having a clunky, item, because a lot of people have complained about it being very heavy and having neck pain, which caused a lot of returns. But again, the whole spatial computing experience is beautiful. But of course, at some point, it's going to change from a very clunky device to something different, because that's going to make it wearable, and that's going to make it, something that is available for mass adoption and that people actually want to. And the price point. I mean, again, same thing with, mobile phones when they were like a giant brick you could have put in your pocket. There are just so many things to like discuss when it comes to wearable tech and Apple Vision Pro. But one thing that I do want to point out is I actually think the most slept on product is the Meta Ray-Ban sunglasses, smart glasses, which are either you can get the sunglass version, the regular version, or the transitional. And if you like to create content, I mean, this is absolutely brilliant. I mean, I streamed for Digital Fashion Week. Shout out to Claire for all that she's done with Digital Fashion Week. But there's a 30-minute live recording time on that, and it's super light. Again, it doesn't have all the fancy features of the Apple Vision Pro, but it's a lot more friendly for someone in Web 2 to adopt a pair of glasses that's kind of inconspicuous and to be able to create content with it.
So I actually love the direction going in. I'll tell you the points before we wrap things up.
Yeah.
One is I actually agree with you completely in terms of the Apple thought of the computing thought process is future facing. When I'm saying that, I'm thinking future as a 1 to 3 year, maybe 2 to 5 year window. I'm not thinking of it as a 20, 30, 40 year expanse. Because like we were even talking about yesterday, I have no idea what 10 years from now is going to look like. If we take the past 10 years as any indication of what we're about to have, I think we're going to be in a completely different paradigm in 5 or 10 years. So I agree with you, but also under the assumption that technology is rapidly developing. So that being said, I do see this future moving towards. I already do see like what you're mentioning, these other examples of wearable tech giving us an idea into other ways that we can interact with our environments and report our environments and have a digital component to our physical experiences in very different ways, where the Ray-Ban glasses are just recordings. You have a digital recording of your experience, but there's no digital intermediation. There's no like third party or intermediary screen, augmenting your experience. But that being said, I also do really see the augmented experience being something that people are going to find value in, especially moving forward. But like we also talked about yesterday, I think we're going to very quickly move away from this production or demo-centric device, which again, I really think, and I've been saying this for a while, I think that Vision Pro and the MetaQuest and all these are for builders. These are for people who, the people in this room, who have production companies, who work in the space, who create digital fashion, who create digital experiences, who build games in a spatial environment, or who create AR content in a spatial environment. That's what these devices were built for. And maybe they released a little bit early to facilitate what we are all doing. I'm picking one up in California next week because I want to use it for the work that I'm doing. But that being said, even when I'm talking to brands about this, like I mentioned in this conversation, we're rolling them out and we're talking about them as demo devices, where like you said, there are e-commerce experiences that have rolled out on these and we don't really have much data from them yet, like My Teresa, etc. But really these are just slightly augmented iOS e-commerce experiences right now. The brands that are really developing net new or innovative e-commerce experiences built for the spatial web are building those right now, and they take a moment. Like they won't be ready this month, they might be ready later this summer, towards the end of this year, etc. But that being said, I always like mention this, and some people always think I'm crazy when I'm mentioning this, other people totally get it. But anytime we're thinking about the future like this, I always like to think just a few steps ahead, because it makes where we are right now seem a little bit less scary. And it's funny because when I had this exact same conversation a year ago, I was mentioning, right now we're in a device-centric internet. Soon we're going to be in a spatial computing internet where we're going to interact with our environment around us. So we're doing that now. So if we look at the next steps, obviously this interface is going to get smaller and easier to interact with. So we've already seen the early Google Glasses where they just have a very small chip in your glasses. The fidelity of that experience was negligible compared to what we have now. But the future of that is very much where this is going. This big screen is going to become a smaller screen. Like I can see that happening pretty clearly. And our environment will still be something that we can interact with smarter and smaller and more advanced sensors and cameras, etc. From there, and we already again see this live happening now. I have a YouTube video too that I have to watch about the new Neuralink developments that they just have. But we're moving towards a brain-computer interface, where there will be first a third-party device, attached in some way to your brain. Maybe it's on your glasses, maybe it's a headset that will read your thoughts and will allow access to you on those thoughts. And then from there, we are going to implant chips in our brain. I'm not going to right now, but I will before I die, 100%. I'm saying that, cards on the table. So if we look at these next as like the future of how this internet is going to interact with our immediate selves, it's becoming a lot more immediate in the future. So I always encourage people, like, let's get accustomed to this environment now, even if we want to think 3 steps ahead and think in a spatial computing environment, because I don't see any reality where we don't continue to move in this direction, where we continue to bridge the gap between digital and physical content. So anyway, there's my other soapbox for the day.
I was loving it. I was just thinking to myself, either people are scared out of their minds about what David just mentioned that he was super hyped about in terms of, you know, chipping his brain, or they're all on board if you're already in Web3.
I feel like we got maybe a majority consensus in this room. I have no idea, but generally speaking, I usually get a few very concerned faces and a few people who are like, yeah.
Yeah, if you were to walk to space, I think literally you would have heard a pin drop in the whole room. But yeah, this is probably a good space.
But you know what? I will say we can all look forward to these, because before we go inside the brain, we're already moving to a place where thoughts can be converted into actions. I mean, that's imagine interactive digital fashion that you can think things can happen. Like, you know, the possibilities are endless. Like, we continue to work further and further beyond the confines of reality. So I think it's very simple.
I mean, I used to work in the beauty industry too, in fragrance development, and one of the things for me, like, I think is super powerful is the olfactory sense, which is smell. And I've been kind of waiting to see, and I mean, I'm throwing that out there as a challenge if anyone wants to talk about it for their brand.
Not the crypto perfume, anything else.
Oh my God, we were talking about that yesterday. I don't generally roast people, but I have a video coming out that is a commentary, let me just say.
You need a positive response to this whole finance thing. Okay. So encourage everybody to launch a Web3 fragrance.
But fragrance plus fashion, like something that interacts with the both of them, I think that there's something there for sure. But I kind of went off at a tangent as you mentioned.
Remember Smell-O-Vision, Janie? Remember Smell-O-Vision when they tried to do that? I see it happening. Smell-O-Vision is
but yeah, just like as a final thought, I mean, in terms of like just future forecasts, I mean, I think David, you went from like 0 to like 5,000, which I think like everyone, you took everyone on that hit train. But I mean, I'll just keep it very simple and just say that, you know, tech has to be a part of how to test and learn and leverage in the conversation. You know, there's a term that, you know, used to, when I first heard it, it scared me, which was innovate or die. But I think that that's the truth behind it. We should always be learning. And if you're not learning, then, you know, you can't keep up with the space. And honestly, it's hard for any of us to keep up with all the news and the tech and all these different things. But the fact of the matter is, like, if you are, you know, trying to work with a brand or you work for a brand itself, is that a lot of the conversations that you're having and people who hold the wallet and the money and the approval are not necessarily, you know, into Web3 and into tech. So I think it's more about, I mean, into reality. I just want to hit this one, which is sustainability. A huge part of the fashion industry is actually seeding, gifting celebrities and influencers. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of those items actually end up being given away or sold online, because I have a lot of friends and people that I've worked with who are influencers and celebrities in different markets. But instead, you could also give, you know, AR filters where they could make content, because at the end of the day, people who are wearing your product, the whole purpose of it is for, you know, marketing, brand awareness, UGC, user-generated content. So I think there's something there in terms of, you know, pushing brands to create digital fashion, augmented reality in a way that is digestible and easy for them to understand, cutting costs, sustainability, not worrying about samples. And, you know, the other point to that that I want to hit is that when something is on the runway, it doesn't hit the red carpet until maybe 3 months later for samples, and it's very select depending on what magazine you are, what celebrity or influencer you are. You may or may not get it. And then it'll hit the store between 4 to 6 months afterwards, because that's what it takes in terms of the production timeline. So that being the case, again, AR filter, you know, runway to digital is something that solves that for sure. And I think we might be close to time, right, David?
Yes, unfortunately.
Any final remarks before we close?
No, I mean, I'm just, you know, very looking forward to next. I think, you know, to your point, we have to push and be the ones to build this space. So I'll leave it with ABC. Always be creating and continue to innovate and push forward what's possible in these platforms at any given time as they continue to pop up. So yeah. Thank you so much. Where can people find you if they want to find you on social media?
I'm on Jumpstart Janie across Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, and my newsletter you can subscribe is called The Digital Runway. Really just to help to onboard more marketing, fashion executives, business executives, and also anyone who's really wanting to know more about the industry in a digestible format. How about you, David? That's not even so announcer-like, by the way, didn't it?
You can find me on social media at DavidCash88, where you can find out more about Cash Lab.
Okay, well, thank you again, Isola Fashion Metaverse Conference, and yeah, just looking forward to hearing more of you speak and catching some of the feedback. But thank you again for joining. Apologies for the technical difficulty, but sometimes we work in blockchain, but sometimes things are working in the blockchain at the same time. So have a good rest of the day and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Covered everything, right? From it was like multiple types wrapped into one. Everything. If there was a singularity that would happen about digital fashion, everything that would work, right from creating with AI, going up to the Neuralink and BCI. I think we covered it in this talk. So since we're running late, we don't have time for long introductions. But I know Lawrence here, and I think Shilling is here as well. So I'd request them to unmute and introduce themselves.
Hello, can you hear us?
Loudly and clearly.
Hello?
Thank you so much for patient and glad to have you.
I was looking on the spatial side. Can you guys hear us in the chat?
Very good, yes. We can see you, we can hear you.
Yes.
Live. The luminous. I felt its allure. I felt the thirst. And then